never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above, but nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. Investors will be watching for any clues on interest rates as Jerome Powell delivers what's likely his final address as Fed chair tomorrow. Economic reporter Kevin Cirilli is at the Federal Reserve Conference in Jackson Hole, Wyoming.
What they hope will provide some clarity and clues around his decision on whether or not he will cut rates in September.
It's widely expected the Fed will cut rates in September, but Cirilli cautions that Powell remains weary about President Trump's tariffs and the uncertainty they present to the market. Trump has been a harsh critic of Powell over his refusal to cut interest rates. Vice President J.D. Vance is giving details on Ukrainian President Zelensky's visit to the White House this week.
Vance spoke on Fox News Wednesday.
The president says, we've had a pretty good meeting. I'm going to go call Vladimir Putin and see what he says about it. And everybody's like, oh, you're going to call him next week? And he's like, no, what time is it in Moscow? Let's call him right now.
The vice president said he started things off with an icebreaker, telling Zelensky as long as he behaved, Vance wouldn't say anything. He continued by saying Ukrainians want security guarantees while the Russians want a certain amount of territory. Vance went on to say the conflict between Russia and Ukraine is former President Biden's war. I'm Mark Mayfield.
A new survey says illegal alien entry hit a record high in 2023.
The Pew Research Center found that 14 million immigrants came into the U.S. after the COVID-19 pandemic and Biden policy changes. The surge of immigrants came from 2021 to 2023 during the pandemic fallout that especially impacted poorer countries. California, Texas, Florida, and New York saw the most illegal immigrants come to their states. I'm Brian Shook.
Wall Street closed with stocks lower.
At the closing bell, the Dow Jones fell by 152 points. The S&P 500 dropped by 25 points. The Nasdaq lost 72 points. I'm Kristen Marks.
From America's News Network USA Radio News.
With all the recent violent protests, looting, and destruction, some areas are considering either defunding or abolishing the police. At a time when America's neighborhoods need the protection of police the most, some elected officials would rather create more chaos by playing politics. If you're sick of elected officials caving in to demands of the radical left, you're not alone. It's time we stand up and declare our support for local police. The majority of police officers are important partners in protecting our God-given rights. If you prefer freedom over chaos, then learn how you can help protect the local police that serve your community. Call today and request your free Support Your Local Police info packet. Dial 800-JBS-USA-1. That's 800-JBS-USA-1. Request your free Support Your Local Police info packet by calling 800-JBS-USA-1 today.
There's a case of bubonic plague in Northern California.
Heather Orchard with El Dorado County Public Health says cases of plague are rare, but they do happen. This is their first since 2020.
This person was camping in an area in South Lake Tahoe and was bitten, likely by a flea.
She says the patient received medical care and is recovering at home. County officials in a statement urged residents and visitors not to feed or touch wild rodents, to keep pets on leashes, and to use insect repellents when outdoors. John Sommers, USA Radio News.
Bad boys, what you gonna
A video shows two Savannah police officers arresting a man earlier this week has gone viral due to the nature of how it unfolded.
The suspect, 18-year-old Joshua Watson, was on bond for illegal firearm possession and was linked to a recent aggravated assault. During his apprehension by police, he pleaded with them as they addressed a suspected gun in his belt. The audio from a bystander's video may be disturbing to some.
Put your hands behind your back. Leave, let that leave. All right, let me do this. No, all right, Tommy. One last time. Just felt all right. Waistband, just got it. And your hand by your back, I'm gonna shoot you in the head.
Wow, in the head, huh?
You gotta get in this waistband. Don't let go.
Not in the head, though. Come on.
Toward the end of the roughly 2-minute video, an object falls from Watson's waistband, and one of the officers picks up what looks like a gun. I'm Liz Kennedy.
And I'm Anthony Lucero, USA Radio News.
In a study, it was found that 33% of 44 herbal supplements had no trace of the advertised herb. Now, don't let that happen to you. Hi, this is Dr. Mitch. If you want to ensure quality, go to TotalWellness.com. Supplements made for physicians, only now available to you too. TotalWellness.com, helping you to look good, feel good, and enjoy total wellness.
Looking to stretch every mile and every dollar? Go with Speedmax tires, designed specifically for U.S. roads and built tough for long hauls. With a best-in-class mileage-to-cost ratio, you'll get more miles, fewer swaps, and more money in your pocket. Built strong, priced smart. That's Speedmax. Speedmax, built for the long haul, priced for the smart hauler. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com. TEL's Independent Owner-Operator Program gives you the power to operate under your own authority or choose the carrier you want to run for. Drive a new truck with full factory warranties, solo or team. TEL has a lease that fits your business. Call us at 866-404-6289 or visit tel360.com and use promo code OVERNIGHT100.
Another dark night on the interstate. Another 100 miles in the pouring rain. These are worth all the time I've spent away. Another dark night on the interstate. I'm driving through the years, trying to make it right. My baby's at home, hope she's doing alright. Miss my dogs and I miss my girls. I'm 1,000 miles away from my old
Alrighty, cue the microphone. Can you believe it? It is that time once again. Ready for a new day? What do you say? Here comes Friday. I think I'm more inclined to say the greatest day of the week. Trust your week's going well if the weekend is upon us. As we turn the page on the calendar from time zone to time zone, we'll make our way into the 22nd day of August. All right, hope you're doing well. It's the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hotshot Secret Studios. Quiet night outside the secret bunker. Almost ditto where we were 24 hours ago, about 68 degrees outside the secret bunker. Not a bad night. The waning weekends of summer. Yes, indeed. What do you mean by that? Well, a big cool-off is in the offing. What may be the most substantial cool outbreak since last spring begins to drop into the Midwest out of central Canada as we head through Friday and the upcoming weekend. At the peak of this cool outbreak, it may feel like late September or early October for some. Yeah, we're going to be reaching for the long sleeves, maybe a jacket in the morning and evening hours. What we're talking about, highs in the 80s are going to be replaced by highs in the 60s and 70s. Minneapolis, still going to get close to 80 here for Friday. Struggling to hit 70 on Saturday, mid-60s for high temperatures come Sunday. That means get ready for some crisp, cool overnight lows. 50s in the city, 40s across the suburban areas. Closer to the Canadian border, high temperatures may only be in the 50s for a couple of days here. Now that means nighttime lows in those areas may drop into the 30s and lower 40s. Yeah, some spots getting close to frost levels. Much cooler air sweeps into Chicago, Detroit this weekend. Yeah, by Monday, highs in both of those metro areas may struggle to reach 70 degrees. Cooler conditions expanding southward into the plains, Kansas City, Missouri. You're in the 80s to near 90 through the end of the week. But by the time we get to Sunday, Monday, you'll be looking at high temperatures in the 70s. Ahead of the cool push, warm, humid conditions persisting Friday into Sunday across some areas. Highs will reach the 80s along the I-95 corridor and the eastern Ohio Valley. The Appalachians, you'll have highs in the mid-70s to near 80 degrees. But the cooler air is going to continue sweeping into the Northeast early next week. And as we progress through the week, we will indeed see some cooler temperatures sinking into the southeastern portions of the country. Higher elevations, daytime highs, going to be in the 60s. A few locations holding only in the 50s. Of course, with a lot of cloud cover and any showers on any given day, temperatures could trend another 5 or 10 degrees lower. All right, conditions will be conducive to set off a few waterspouts, they tell us, over the Great Lakes. Again, cooler, less humid air penetrates well into the southeastern states as we progress through next week. Well, we've been watching for, several weeks. Aaron, as it progressed across the Atlantic, indeed made that turn to the north, and now the anticipated turn to the northeast over the Atlantic. It'll spend the next several days accelerating away from the United States. But the strong wind circulating around this big storm continues to generate pretty significant waves and surf conditions on into the weekend. Now, forecasters advise, for those that are going to be maybe headed to the beaches, the center of the hurricane made it as close as 200 miles off the North Carolina coast Thursday morning. The storm's expected to pass roughly 300 miles to the southeast of Nantucket as it begins to move out to sea. But the wind field is still pretty extensive. Tropical storm force conditions reaching more than 300 miles from the center. Now, as of midday this past day, Aaron was still classified as a Category 2 hurricane, sustained winds at 100 miles per hour. Erin tracking north-northeast between the East Coast and Bermuda. So the circulation around Erin will continue to bring those large ocean swells that will reach the Atlantic coast. Powerful breakers, deep sea swells between 25 and 50 feet in the vicinity of Erin impacts to shipping interest there. Still going to be contending with a lot of rip current activity as the storm tracks further away and gradually weakens. So those breakers and strong rip currents are going to persist along much of the Atlantic coast well into the weekend. They tell us don't let your guard down if you're going to be spending time at the beach here on Friday or into the weekend for one of the last unofficial weekends of summer. It may seem like a nice beach day with the sunshine and blue skies as the storm pushes out to sea, but those powerful rip currents will be lurking. Conditions along the east coast of Florida will be improving to pretty typical by the weekend. Rip currents can still be present in seemingly normal surf. Erin produced a storm surge of about 3 feet along portions of the North Carolina Outer Banks and southeast Virginia. We saw wave action of 10 to 20 feet in the surf zone. On top of that surge, some roads on the Outer Banks were left underwater or covered with sand after the waves overtopped the dunes there. It may take several days before areas are fully accessible to the public once again. The storm surge problems for the Erin in the U.S. are not quite done yet. They tell us storm surge will impact beaches from the Delmarva coastline to southern New Jersey through late tonight. Several feet of water rise from Erin may extend as far north as northern New Jersey and some of the coastal areas near New York City. But suffice it to say, the worst is behind us as we speak with Erin. Now we just continue to watch as waves continue to come off the coast of Africa and progress across the Atlantic. Several other disturbances being monitored at this point in time by the National Hurricane Center. Welcome into a Friday, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studio.
Transport Enterprise Leasing, founded by a U.S. Army veteran, proudly supports those who've served. Veterans receive a $750 discount on their lease deposit with 24/7 maintenance support, national parts discounts, and interest-free financing. TEL is committed to your success. Call 866-404-6289 and use promo code Overnight100 or visit tel360.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
turbocharger spool time.
Turbochargers force compressed air into the combustion chamber where temperatures can reach 400 degrees. The oil surrounding the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the turbo bearings, building maximum boost sooner.
Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Truckers, meet the Speedmax Pro Max, the tire built for serious hauls and serious peace of mind. With rugged construction and performance you can count on, Pro Max is made for the long road ahead. And here's the best part. It comes with an 8-year warranty. That's right, 8 years of confidence, mile after mile. Ask Speedmax. Drive far. Drive strong. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com. Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
Well, there indeed is Philly Dan, the TGIF. Hope everybody has a great weekend. Thank you for being a part of the show there, Dan. Hello, Pappy. Saddle up, nocturnal listeners. It is Friday. the weekend upon us. It's a work weekend for me. 68 degrees, Harrison, Ohio. Hey, it looks like the weather for the next week looks mighty peachy here in southwest Ohio. 844-844-3388, the number for the overnight drive. Don't be a scarecrow. Hit those digits. Keep it between the spotted and the solid and sunny side up, right? Let's go. Showtime. Hello to Shorty, Earl, and I-77 northbound tonight, Whiteville, Virginia. 69 degrees, Columbus bound once again. Hello, Larry. Good afternoon. Hammer down and be safe. Bob in Michigan checks in. Hello, Bill. Happy Friday. Good morning, Steve. All the listeners, 65 clear here in Beaver Dam, Wisconsin on the Pizza Shuttle Express. Have a great night, drivers. Be safe out there. Norman checks in from the home 20, north central Kansas. 75 degrees tonight. Haven't done much this week. I've been off the last 3 nights. Maybe go out for Saturday. Mix some sourdough bread in the bread machine. Smells good. Can't wait. Everybody have a good weekend. Country Bumpkin in the house as we kick off a Friday. Jeffrey on board there in southern Florida. Good morning. Chicken Joker checks in. Here, my daughter said that's a bad handle. So I'm going to go back to the ice cream man. Your daughter is... A chicken choker. I know you're not hauling ice cream anymore, but anyway, I'm out here near Macon, Georgia, about to grab, drop, and hook, run up near Charlotte, North Carolina. All right, welcome back, ice cream man. Hello, Jerry. Morning, everybody. 66 clear in Kokomo, Indiana. Awesome to have Hot Shot Secret supporting the Steve Sommers overnight drive. All the trucks going up and down the road every day. Be safe, everybody. Tell them you love them every chance you get. You don't want to miss that last chance. Tank is in the house. Morning, Steve. The overnight crew, TGIF 74 in Groom, Texas tonight. Headed east toward the home 20, running about 4 hours behind schedule after sitting for 4 hours in a backup in Jamestown, New Mexico this morning. One of those flip-flop wearing steering wheel holders decided to lay his truck down and block the entire eastbound lanes. I don't know, maybe his GPS told him to make a quick left turn. Everybody truck safe, watch out for them other drivers, and have a blessed day. Couple more here, let's see. Mike says, hello, Steve. I'm from Odessa, Missouri. Welcome aboard. Lauren Weiss, 2-time world champion bull hauler. 69 degrees in Franklin, Indiana. I was kind of wondering if you were back on the road yet. I am back to some high-speed trailer trucking. Got the overly powerful chrome-plated cow truck loaded like a freight train pointed south for the bluegrass. It is, as always, an epic night for strolling the boulevard. Yeah, but a special shout-out tonight to Marianne from the Hoosier. Yeah, you crossed my mind earlier there, Laura, because I knew you shared with us earlier this week, spent most of the week home due to the screw-up with his medical card. And there actually comes an update this past day where they tell us, with a dozen states still not compliant with the new guidelines for medical certification, the FMCSA has modified a waiver intended to help states comply with the new rules. What Lauren has been dealing with, apparently there's many drivers contending with the same issue. The medical cards not getting to the various DMV offices from the medical providers like they're supposed to be. And that's screwing things up. Friday, the greatest day of the week.
Yeah, but it's one day closer to everybody's greatest day of the week, Monday.
Hello, Captain Ron.
Doing all right?
I suppose. Can't complain. It's pretty comfortable out there. You got all summer long, been kind of battling a little bit of cloudy water. I finally got the pool crystal clear, man. It's looking good. Got it vacuumed out this past day, and now we're going to start cooling off.
Yeah, well, that's what I was just sitting here thinking. Better late than never, I guess, though.
Mm-hmm.
So you probably only got another, till Labor Day or something, probably?
Typically, yeah. I mean, all the public pools, the city pools, the YMCA, they all close them down. Labor Day weekend's the grand finale.
Now, are we going to have a show that Sunday night or Monday? Or you're usually off, I think. I think you and I are about the same schedule.
Correct. Yeah, I'll be off that Monday morning. Then
I'll be off that Sunday night also.
So back for a Monday night, Tuesday morning. And that'll be a Monday that's the greatest day of the week, right? A holiday.
Right. Another holiday on a Monday. Imagine that.
Mm-hmm.
So it was announced a couple of days ago that the Craftsman Truck Series is going to come to St. Pete for their first ever City Street road course.
Oh, yeah?
Along with the Grand Prix that always comes to St. Pete. So I might have to make that a weekend. Right in my backyard.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it's history, right? You got to go to it.
Yeah, that would be something different, something new, yeah.
Right. I'll be going to Daytona tomorrow night for the Coca-Cola 400, that Coke Zero 400, I guess is what it is. So that ought to be a good time. I haven't checked out the weather yet.
Now, is it correct?
So I got
I saw that is the Cup Series race, is that on a Saturday this week?
Saturday night.
Okay,
yes, sir.
So they're doing the night
7:30, I think, is...
Okay,
yep.
Gotcha.
Saturday night. I think it's 7:30 race time, I believe. But I hope it don't rain, because I can't go to it on Sunday, of course. But, yeah, it should be a good time. I usually get in these, it's called vet picks, short for veteran tickets. You know, you get all these events, you know, that the veterans can get free tickets or kind of like a lottery system, I think is what this one was. And we were able to get tickets, so we're going to go.
All right.
So
should be pretty exciting.
Anyways, well, that's about all I got. Yeah. It should be a good time. And hopefully not too hot, because it's a night race.
Night race, yeah.
I've been to the Daytona. I've been to the Daytona 500 a couple of times, but it seemed like the seats were in the shade, so I'm thinking it'll be in the shade. I hope so. Anyway, well, it's 80 degrees coming up to Ocala tonight. Nice trailer trucking night. And I don't have much else. I guess a Semper Fi shout out to Knuckle Buster and the Donut Man.
All right.
We keep forgetting about him.
Yep.
Thank you for taking my call.
Good to
We'll
hear
talk
from
to you next week.
All right. We'll expect a full report on how things go there for the race. So he's doing the Friday night thing, right? So the Cup race is actually I thought, when I said the Saturday Cup race, I was thinking, is that a typo? It's normally the Daytona's a Sunday. Okay, so under the lights on a Saturday night in Daytona. All right, we're a couple of minutes from news break. I'm looking at the screen. Someone was asking last evening. Who was it? Doug called there toward the tail end of the show asking if Big Ed was going to do any football prognostication, because indeed there is college football that kind of gets underway this weekend. And I was, as I mentioned, the week number 1 pretty much goes from this Saturday all the way to the next. But different games. Friday, Saturday, then you had several games, a bunch of games next Thursday, and then Friday, Saturday of next week. So it says we've got actually a tag team, I do believe, coming up, the Grump, the Analyst, and then Mr. Big Ed himself, are you with me? The official prognosticator. Who's going to pick who? All right, hang on for that here as we kick off a Friday. Real quick, as we got a moment here, back to the medical certification. According to the FMCSA, these new guidelines, which are the medical examiner certification integration rule that went into effect in late June, where the medical examiners are required to electronically submit the results from physicals to the FMCSA and your state licensing agencies within 24 hours of your exam. It eliminated the need for you to carry a paper copy of the medical certification card. At the time they rolled out the regulations, there were 37 states that they say were fully compliant. The remaining states were expected to meet all the requirements in the coming months. Since then, just one state of those have actually met the requirements. So there's a number of states, Alaska, California, Florida, Iowa, Kentucky, Louisiana, and a handful of others that are still needing to implement the regulation. So there you go. It is indeed a cluster, as they call it, when it comes to the new medical certification rules there. Hey, TEL gets you into a factory warranty truck with the maintenance support you need to stay on the road and out of the shop. Visit tel360.com.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. Federal Reserve officials are concerned over tariffs, inflation, and labor markets.
Recently released minutes from the Fed's July meeting show a divided board after two governors voted against the decision to hold rates steady, marking the first time multiple governors rejected a rate decision in more than 30 years. The governors noted rising threats to the economy that would warrant monitoring, as well as the possibility of facing difficult trade-offs due to more persistent inflation and a weakened labor market. I'm Tammy Trujillo.
President Trump is giving praise to Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu for being a war hero.
During an interview, the president referred to the prime minister as a good man who is fighting for Israel. Trump said he's a war hero because we work together. While the president praised Netanyahu, he also took aim at attempts to jail the prime minister, as the International Criminal Court has issued an arrest warrant accusing him of war crimes. I'm Mark Mayfield.
I'm Kristen Marks.
From America's News Network USA Radio News.
Business owners, are you paying high phone bills for old school systems and lousy service? StrongTel cuts your phone bills in half and turns every phone you own into a feature-rich business system. Sean Roddy, CEO of Hennings Brothers Drilling, had this to say: "We've been a StrongTel customer for over 10 years. It's great, and even includes an intercom with video to our equipment yard. I can watch live from anywhere with my smartphone. I'd recommend StrongTel to anyone. Never miss a customer call again with your StrongTel business system. StrongTel is a proud iTex partner and always welcomes your iTex dollars. You'll get award-winning StrongTel service, a business-class phone system, and cut your phone bill in half. So visit StrongTel.com right now. That's StrongTel, StrongTel.com. It's StrongTel.
Thinking about becoming your own boss? Transport Enterprise Leasing makes it easy with new trucks, 24/7 maintenance support, and now you can save right from the start. Use promo code OVERNIGHT100 to get $100 off your first lease payments. Call TEL today at 866-404-6289 or visit tel360.com and take the first step toward owning your success.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
stiction.
Engine oil can break down under extreme heat, leaving behind varnish, a carbon-based deposit that creates drag on the engine's moving parts. This sticky friction is stiction. Symptoms include a rough idle and the loss of fuel economy and performance. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator is formulated to be left in the engine. It works as you drive.
Stiction Eliminator is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
Looking to stretch every mile and every dollar? Go with Speedmax tires, designed specifically for U.S. roads and built tough for long hauls. With a best-in-class mileage-to-cost ratio, you'll get more miles, fewer swaps, and more money in your pocket. Built strong, priced smart. That's SpeedMax. SpeedMax, built for the long haul, priced for the smart hauler. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com. We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout.
Hello, Big T here with Diesel Power Group. Listen, if your truck's in a repair center and you think it's being misdiagnosed or worse, being overcharged for an overhaul or an engine replacement, you need to stop and call Diesel Power Group now. Allow us to build the DPG solution that is right for you, not the repair center. We have over 4 decades in engine remanufacturing experience and specialize in Caterpillar, Cummins, Detroit, Mack, International, and John Deere. DPG offers an industry-leading warranty and turnaround times. We want to earn your trust every day. Don't believe us? Challenge us today by calling 574-594-5888 or visit us at dieselpowergroup.com and follow us on Instagram and Facebook. We are available 24/7. Mention code 374 and receive a $200 rebate towards your major failure repair.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All right, ready or not, here comes a Friday. From time zone to time zone, 22nd day of August. Looks like we're tag teaming tonight. Is that correct? The Grump and
We
Big
are.
Ed.
Yep, we are.
Hey there.
I'm on here too.
Are you with me?
Big Ed on here, so we're gonna talk about football.
All right.
Yeah, we're ready. We're ready for the season to start. Steve and Grump been kind of going over the games there, and then I think what Grump we're planning on calling in Wednesday night for the slated games for next week. That we're really going to have some great games next week, but we got a couple of good games going on this weekend, and then some of your lower conferences, about 3 of them that we're gonna start out with 5 games, Grump, and then we plan on taking our pick for the national champion. Go ahead there, Grump.
All righty. We got the first 2 games on the line there. Would be Iowa State and Kansas. I'm picking Kansas since I'm gonna pick Kansas. Iowa State actually won last year, beat them by 8 points, but they're playing at Kansas, so I'm gonna go ahead and take them. Who you got, Ed?
I'm going with K-State too, Grump. K-State, though, I was leery because when I was looking at them, I think they've lost the last 5 games against Iowa State, but the game is in Ireland.
Yeah.
It's not at K-State.
Yeah.
And they're both going to be, traveling different time zones. I just think Kansas State's got what it takes to take Iowa State this early in the season. So I'm with you. I'm going with K-State. Now, Steve, understand, sometimes we may come in here because we're not telling each other what our picks are going to be until we call you.
Okay.
So we might pick along the same lines.
Mm-hmm.
But somewhere in there, we're going to be picking opposites. So that's how we're going to figure out who wins this thing. Like last year, I was 75%. So
yeah.
It's not going to be boring when we go to pickings. I want you to understand that too.
Okay.
I'm with Grump. I got K-State.
Gotcha.
Then we got Idaho State and UNLV. Last year, of course, that was a pretty good game. UNLV beat them by it was 40-17 last year. So I'm going back with UNLV again this year. I just think they're a stronger team.
And I'm right there with Grump. Now, UNLV's got a new coach, I believe it's Rich Rodriguez, but he's good about running a high-powered offense, and so yeah, I'm right there. Some of the posters are kind of looking at Idaho State, but no, I'm right there with Grump. It'll be UNLV.
Okay.
Then we got Fresno State and KU. I'm going with Fresno. Kurt Warner's son's going to be the starting quarterback for Fresno State. So I'm plus KU. They just don't have any kind of a secondary right now. So I think Fresno's going to pull that one off.
Okay, there's our first disagreement. I'm going with Kansas. I think Kansas, yes, sir. I think they're going to be a stronger contention in the Big 12 this year, just based on I think they got quite a few of their returning players. So, yeah, I'm going with Kansas. So there's one difference right there, Steve.
Okay, there you go.
And we got Western Kentucky and Sam Houston. I'm going to go with Western Kentucky. They just been putting up better stats on the board, so I'm going to go with them.
And I'm going with Western Kentucky because it's like Grump said, they put up better stats. They're a stronger, what I call Tier 2 team, and even when they play some of these bigger schools, they always give them a run for their money. So, Western Kentucky.
Okay, and who were they facing? Who were they facing off against? And I'm trying to. I missed
Sam Houston.
Sam Houston. Okay.
Sam Houston.
What the Sam Houston? Okay.
And then we got the last game for this week is for the 23rd. Here is going to be Stanford and Hawaii. I'm going to go with Stanford. Hawaii, they seem to just get in their own damn way. So I mean, it's when you got guys out there tripping over the 50-yard line, it's time to go with another team. So I'm gonna go with Stanford.
Man, see, I was looking at Stanford. I really wanted to lean towards Stanford, but because the game's being played in Hawaii, and if I ain't mistaken, don't Stanford have a new coach this year?
Yes, I can't remember his name, but they did have they had a couple of new coaches come in. I think they had an offensive coordinator also that took over. So,
and if I ain't mistaken, I think Hawaii got the same coaching staff as last year, and that's why I'm going with Hawaii, because they should be used to the offensive scheme and the defensive scheme, and their new coaching staff at Stanford. I revert back to Oklahoma. One of the best defensive coaches coming out of Clemson, and as good as he was, getting these players adjusted to your offensive scheme and defensive scheme is difficult the first year coaches. So with that, I'm going with Hawaii on that one.
Well, Hawaii's got they got a 55% probability of winning that game, but I just went with Stanford because of the new players and new coaches and everything on Hawaii. So I think we'll see. It's going to be a pretty good game, I think.
So there we go, Steve. Grump's going with Fresno State, and I'm going Kansas, and he's going Stanford, and I'm going Hawaii. So you see, we're not going to always agree on them, but then sometimes we might agree on all of them.
Absolutely.
So we're hoping it'll make, each week very interesting for the guys. Something tells me Grump might give me a proverbial ass kicking. Because he does analyze it. Well, I mean, we do discuss just like this slate of games. We had a pretty good 2-hour conversation, really.
Wow.
Discussing these games. And Grump's good about analyzing them, man. So I look for him. If he don't beat me, he's definitely going to give me a run for my money. But I think, too, that Grump wants to go ahead and do this, and really I'm all for it. I mean, we could, you know, if we end up losing our pick there, then we'll wait till the end of the year when the game's played. And that's, you know, last year I picked Ohio State from the get-go.
Mm-hmm.
And it bared fruition. That's who won the national championship.
Yep.
And so, Grump, are we going to pick that today?
Hey, yeah, I'm gonna go with Ohio State.
Really,
I think
a
they got the
repeat?
team. I think they're gonna do well.
Wow.
And you know, I think Vegas odds would be, you know, pretty close to even on Ohio, you know, doing their thing. So
yeah, but you know, go ahead, Grump. I was looking at that. They got Texas and Ohio State. The odds makers are really picking Texas over Ohio State.
Yeah.
But then they got Penn State. I'm going with Penn State winning the national championship. I think they're going to be the team to beat. And they got Georgia in there, too. But the reason I'm going to Penn State is because of that defensive coordinator, Jim Knowles. He's now the defensive coordinator at Penn State. And he was the defensive coordinator at Ohio State. And Ohio State's returning the meat of their offense, and they weren't shabby last year. And so last year Penn State had a decent defense. So if Jim Knowles gets in there and he gets these players bought into his defensive schemes, they're going to be the team to beat, and that's why I'm picking Penn State. I just don't see Ohio State taking it because of the first-year quarterback. I don't see Texas taking it because of their first-year quarterback was Arch Manning, that everybody thinks is better thing since sliced bread. So, you know, the jury's still out on those young quarterbacks. And Penn State, go ahead.
I looked at Ohio for, you know, you mentioned the quarterbacks, but they've actually got 3 really good, you know, quarterbacks, you know, and that, you know, I mean, they can, you know, they got, you know, that can put numbers up on the board. And so that's kind of what I'm looking at is if, you know, I guess the first year quarterback doesn't do worth a damn, then they're going to replace him pretty fast. And all of them, you know, have been impressive, you know, and stuff. So just reading, you know, some of their bios and things like that, they're going to be tough. I mean, it's going to be tough. So you know, you very well could be right. I know Penn State's they're going to be formidable, man. They're going to be, you know, something to look at. But yeah, I'm going to go with Ohio. I think they're going to have the experience, and looking at the game structure and stuff like that, I think they could very well pull it off.
Well, see, the only argument I'd give you there is your quarterback is the driving spirit behind the team. And that, you know, the team, defense and offense, has to get behind that quarterback who's your top leader on any given game, our team. And the cohesiveness of the Penn State players, that's why, to me, that they're going to end up outshining Ohio State, because there's just too much newness there for the team to come in to be so cohesive. And we've already discussed next week, which we'll wait till next week to discuss, and that's going to be an early test, and that's Texas versus Ohio State.
Yep.
So,
you know, this year is going to be good. I mean, this year, because you got Tennessee, man. Tennessee's going to be a powerhouse too. I mean, you got them. Auburn's looking really well. So it's going to be. I think there's going to be some good smash mouth football going on. You know, and it'll kind of.
You know, Auburn's got Jackson Arnold, who used to be the quarterback at OU. last year, and he transferred after OU brought in that Bader boy from Washington State. Based on the reports I've been seeing, Jackson Arnold's having a tough time of running Hugh Freeze's offense. So there's going to be a big question mark. But I agree with you with Tennessee. Josh Heupel, he's they always said Lincoln Riley was a quarterback whisperer. I think Josh Heupel is your new quarterback whisperer as far as collegiate college football coaches.
Yeah.
And getting the younger quarterbacks and getting them molded and to get in there and be able to deal with the stress of a high-pressure game. And I like his coaching philosophy. So you're not far from the truth there, too. But I think South Carolina, and I think they're going to be a team to contend with, too, this year.
I think they're looking better than they have in years. So, yeah, you're right. They certainly can be, they can put the numbers up, so we'll see. But, yep, I think you're right. Hey, I got to jump out here and check in, so I'm going to...
I'll call you back here in a bit, Grump. Steve, we're looking forward to this, man. What do we got, 15 weeks of football?
That's right. All kind of fun stuff to get through the winter months.
Yep. So it's going to be the analyzer versus the prognosticator, and we're going to figure out who's going to win it all. And,
good deal.
So I hope everybody's looking forward to it, and I guess we'll call you Sunday night. And me or Grump will be crying in her beer, I can assure you that. So, based on these two different picks. Yep. So that's going to be interesting. I think these games, guys, really, and hopefully what we're hoping to do, with these long weekends, some of you guys spend out here, just these teams that we pick, you can follow along with them, on ESPN or YouTube, and give you something kind of entertaining to really get into college football and help your weekends go by. And it's all in fun. And if Grump beats me out, like I told him, I said, if you beat me out this year, the next year it'll be you against somebody. Maybe somebody else will call in and go against Grump head to head. So I wish Grump all the luck in the world. And just because one of us loses, don't mean we're dumb. It's just that our analytics just didn't quite match up what we thought. But you got to remember, we're going to be dealing with injuries and every other kind of thing's going to be thrown out there. So
absolutely,
change real fast. I know it'd be interesting to keep up with, Steve, and we appreciate you letting us do it. And the prognosticator who was 75% right last year is out to do it again this year.
Good deal.
Thanks, sir.
All right, Big Ed. And the Grump, the analyst versus the prognosticator. How about that? It's hard to believe. College football gets underway this weekend. Wow. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studio.
Thinking about becoming your own boss? Transport Enterprise Leasing makes it easy with new trucks, 24/7 maintenance support, and now you can save right from the start. Use promo code OVERNIGHT100 to get $100 off your first lease payments. Call Tell today at 866-404-6289 or visit Tell360.com and take the first step toward owning your success. Looking to stretch every mile and every dollar? Go with Speedmax tires, designed specifically for U.S. roads and built tough for long hauls. With a best-in-class mileage-to-cost ratio, you'll get more miles, fewer swaps, and more money in your pocket. Built strong, priced smart. That's Speedmax. Speedmax, built for the long haul, priced for the smart hauler. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com.
Hello, Big T here with Diesel Power Group. Listen, if your truck's in a repair center and you think it's being misdiagnosed or worse, being overcharged for an overhaul or an engine replacement, you need to stop and call Diesel Power Group now. Allow us to build the DPG solution that is right for you, not the repair center. We have over 4 decades in engine remanufacturing experience and specialize in Caterpillar, Cummins, Detroit, Mack, International, and John Deere. DPG offers an industry-leading warranty and turnaround times. We want to earn your trust every day. Don't believe us? Challenge us today by calling 574-594-5888 or visit us at dieselpowergroup.com and follow us on Instagram and Facebook. We are available 24/7. Mention code 374 and receive a $200 rebate towards your major failure repair.
Yes, indeed. Rolling into a new day. Here comes a Friday. And would that be Snuffy and Granny or... Hello?
Well, good morning, Steve.
Hello, Granny.
Yeah, it's me. He's driving.
Oh, how the heck are you?
I'm doing fine. He's finally starting to do better and getting back to his old ordinary self.
After a nasty bout of kidney stones, that ain't no fun.
Yeah, like I told him, I said, welcome to the world of labor pains.
Uh-huh.
Because kidney stones are worse than having labor pains.
I mean, that's when the princess had them, she pretty much said she don't think it hurt as bad when she was having a baby than it did with the kidney stones.
Yep. Kidney stones was worse.
Wow. So where are you guys rolling out there tonight?
We're in Jackson, Tennessee, on our way to Richmond, Kentucky.
Okay.
Then we'll be off for the weekend.
Okay. Now, do you get to the home 20 for the weekend?
No, it's 350 miles from the yard down in Richmond up to the house in Ohio.
See.
So we stay out here on the road for 2 months, and then we go home for 2 weeks.
Okay. You're kind of you're a part of the dying breed out there. How many are out there for several months at a time? That don't happen a lot these days.
No, we have a few of them that's on our fleet that we stay out for 2 months at a time before they go home.
Mm-hmm.
Especially with what we haul. But wanted to give a shout out to Big Ed and all of the rest of the night gang.
Yeah.
Dirty Harry, because he mentioned us last night on the air.
Yeah, he did.
We was wondering about what happened to him.
Yeah, well, he had another, the cancer had come back, and so he was battling that. I think he's down to his last couple of treatments. Supposedly he's in remission again. So another attempt.
I seen where he had cancer, but I didn't know it had come back on him.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's all we're doing. We're just out here riding along, listening to you.
Well, I appreciate you tuning us in here. Always good to hear from you guys.
Yeah. Well, you have a good night on the air, and we'll listen to you.
Well, find a way to enjoy your weekend. What do you do when you get a weekend, but you're out there on the road somewhere? All right, there it is. It's 844-844-3388. Looks like they've got a good night for trailer trucking. The skies are pretty much high and dry. Yeah, there through Tennessee into Kentucky. We do see some rain down there in Georgia tonight. Matter of fact, Buckeye Boy said they had some rain this past day. What did he say? Yeah, I think some of the guys are going to be going out to the the big golf tournament this weekend, the FedEx Championship. And he says, I told him to take the umbrella. All right, you had some rain. We'll check in with some of our other listening friends coming up here. Yeah, Buckeye Boy also mentioned, he said, how about Secretary Duffy and other officials halting all CDL licenses for non-U.S. domiciled drivers? That was a pretty big announcement came down this past day. Secretary of State Marco Rubio said, effective immediately, we are pausing the issuance as well as of worker visas for commercial drivers. All this, the fallout from the horrific crash last week, and I know that Harjinder Singh has now been brought back to the state of Florida this past day. Lease with Tel and enjoy affordable payments and support that keeps you running smooth anywhere in the continental USA. Visit tel360.com.
Don't get stuck buying, or worse, leasing a used truck that's just going to break down. At TEL, we help owner-operators succeed with a new truck for as low as $500 down and affordable weekly payments with 24/7 support, plus access a network of top carriers. Choose an industry leader that has your back. Call TEL at 866-404-6289 or visit tel360.com. Use promo code OVERNIGHT100. We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout. Tired of the guesswork when it comes to your load weight? With RightWay, stay in control on the road and on the DOT's good side. From onboard load scales to Bluetooth-enabled monitoring, RightWay helps truckers and fleets cut down on time, fines, and fuel waste, all without hitting the scale. Smarter hauling starts here. Want more details? Head over to RWLS.com. RightWay. Drive more, scale less. Looking to stretch every mile and every dollar? Go with Speedmax tires. Designed specifically for U.S. roads and built tough for long hauls. With a best-in-class mileage-to-cost ratio, you'll get more miles, fewer swaps, and more money in your pocket. Built strong, priced smart. That's Speedmax. Speedmax, built for the long haul, priced for the smart hauler. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. Officials say reports of an active shooter on the campus of Villanova University was a hoax.
There was a call that came in around 4:30 this afternoon to law enforcement and 911 center saying that there was an active shooter in the building, in the law school building, and that there was a victim, at least one victim, who was wounded. That has turned out not to be true.
Delaware County District Attorney Jack Solsteimer, school president Reverend Peter Donahue, emailed students less than 2 hours after the alert, calling it a cruel hoax. So far, no word on who was responsible. Law enforcement is investigating that. The district attorney called the hoax a crime and says they will track down whoever it was. Long Island is seeing massive waves, coastal flooding, and strong winds as Hurricane Erin churns northeast through the Atlantic. These folks are among the dozens who gathered at Smith Point Beach to watch Mother Nature's wrath.
It's something you just stare at and just enjoy. It's like a giant washing machine.
I just love the sound. It's calming.
If you want to meet your creator, go in the water right now.
Swimming is banned at all Suffolk County beaches through Saturday. Erosion, storm surge, and flooding are especially of concern along South Shore locations like Montauk, Fire Island, and Southampton. Crews are ready with thousands of cubic yards of sand in the event of beach erosion. Russia's foreign minister says Moscow must be a part of any international talks on Ukrainian security following the war.
European leaders are discussing ways to protect Ukraine after the Russian invasion comes to an end. President Trump called for security guarantees as part of any deal to end the war. Wednesday, Russian Foreign Minister Sergei Lavrov called the European talks a clumsy effort to sway Trump and said discussing security guarantees without Russia was a road to nowhere. Russia has also said it would not accept the deployment of European forces to Ukraine. John Sommers, USA Radio News.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Hi, it's Mark Falter, host of the Financial Fitness Show. I strongly believe that no one should ever pay 1 penny more in taxes than they are legally obligated. Unfortunately, for most hardworking Americans, this just isn't the case. Why? Because most people spend more time planning next weekend's getaway than trying to ensure they're going to pay less in taxes. My financial fitness team has put together some materials that I know are going to help you. It's the Tax Savings Kit. Tax Savings Kit includes 3 things: free tax analysis, top 10 ways to pay less in taxes, and an investor's guide to taxes. Now, how do you get it? Simple. 866-764-2635. Again, 866-764-2635. I'm Mark Falter. This is Financial Fitness, making personal finance profitable.
A Los Angeles jury awards $3.5 million to a protester injured during a demonstration.
Selin Gluck says he was hit in the face by a rubber bullet fired by a sheriff's deputy during a George Floyd protest in 2020. County prosecutors argued Gluck's injuries were a result of his own unlawful acts and willful resistance to a peace officer. Gluck says he and his daughter were returning to their car after getting some food and were trying to help an injured protester when he was hit. I'm Jim Roop.
The FDA is warning about eating certain great value raw frozen shrimp.
The agency issued the warning after Customs and Border Protection alerted the agency about possible cesium-137 contamination. It's a radioactive isotope from shipping containers. Frozen shrimp from the distributor has tested positive. The product is sold at Walmart stores in more than a dozen states. I'm Mark Mayfield.
Christian leader and former presidential advisor Dr. James Dobson, dead at 89.
The Dr. James Dobson Family Institute confirmed his death in an announcement on Thursday and said he will be remembered as a mentor, a counselor, and a steady voice of truth in turbulent times. Dobson founded Focus on the Family Christian Ministry in 1977, and he is widely regarded as one of the most influential evangelical leaders of the past half-century. Under Dobson's leadership, the ministry's daily radio program was carried on more than 4,000 stations across North America, with broadcasts translated into 27 languages and distributed in over 160 countries. I'm Monica Nelson.
And I'm Anthony Lucero, USA Radio News.
Many Americans are currently celebrating the election of Donald J. Trump. If you'd like a deep dive look into the mass movement behind his political success, visit TrumpWorld.net to get your complimentary digital copy of the Trump World Bookazine from the New American. It's a 96-page special collector's edition, and for a limited time you can receive the digital edition for free. Visit TrumpWorld.net today for your free digital copy of Trump World. That's TrumpWorld.net.
TEL's Independent Owner-Operator Program gives you the power to operate under your own authority or choose the carrier you want to run for. Drive a new truck with full factory warranties, solo or team. TEL has a lease that fits your business. Call us at 866-404-6289 or visit tel360.com and use promo code OVERNIGHT100.
When your injectors fail, your truck and your paycheck stop moving. At Industrial Injection, we remanufacture diesel injectors to perform better than brand new. Tighter specs, cleaner fuel delivery, and tested in-house by diesel experts. Plus, we build turbos, pumps, engine kits, and more, all backed by over 40 years in the diesel industry. It doesn't matter if you're running on modern common rail or legacy mechanical. We've got you covered. Call 800-955-0476 or visit industrialinjection.com. Knowledge you trust, quality you depend on.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Alrighty, here we
we go. Welcome back. Welcome aboard. Kicking off a new day. Kind of a cloudy night outside the secret bunker. 65 at this hour. Just mentioning temperatures kind of cooling off. Big time in the northern tier, but continuing through next week. Seeing cooler temperatures dropping into the south and southeastern portions of the country. Finally, some relief from the heat. Yeah, Buckeye Boy, Ackworth, Georgia, 74 at this hour. But he said, looks like we're going to be cooling down into the 80s, overnight lows into the 60s. Chance of rain in the forecast every day. I hope the grandkids' baseball practice and cheerleading events don't get rained out, but have a great night, a better weekend. Everybody be careful out there. And yes, he mentioned the non-domiciled drivers and the H-2B visas. Secretary Marco Rubio stating yesterday, effective immediately, we are pausing the issuance of worker visas for commercial drivers. Obviously, all the fallout after the immigrant truck driver caused the crash that killed 3 in Florida just over a week ago. Public safety is the reason cited. No kidding. He says, quote, the increasing number of foreign drivers operating large tractor-trailer trucks on U.S. roads is endangering American lives, undercutting the livelihoods of American truckers. Really brought to the forefront with what has become a national attention as far as the news with that horrific U-turn attempt last Thursday, a week ago this past day. Shannon Everett is the co-founder of American Truckers United, breaking down with an appearance on Breitbart News this past day. As much media has been talking about this. Now, Breitbart and other conservative outlets, I've seen tons of coverage via the likes of Fox News. Yeah, Pappy sent me a little screenshot earlier. See if I can pull that up. Yes, along the lines, here it is. He said, the overnight drive has covered this extensively. Meanwhile, ABC, CBS, NBC, not 1 second. They lie, they cover up, they do not report the truth. The screenshot says, and that's pretty much what it's ABC, CBS, NBC so far have yet to air a single second on this. This is despite those networks' proclivity to cover awful traffic accidents, even when no one's killed. That's from the MRC Newsbusters this past day, the media watchdog group. So again, Shannon Everett says, bringing in foreign truck drivers is all about suppressing the wages of the American truck driver. Again, co-founder of American Truckers United, discussing the tragedy in Florida, which we've all been following. The license issued by the sanctuary state of California, the illegal U-turn, the death of 3 individuals in a minivan. The reality, he explained, is that thousands of foreign truck drivers are being funneled into the United States, many operating under ghost companies. There's little to no accountability for wrongdoing. So all the drivers that are involved in these crashes are coming from third world countries. He said there's been this narrative, as we all know, across the trucking industry over the last, 10 years. We have a driver shortage. And somehow the number every year, it's always 80,000 drivers. It never changes. Like we're just always short 80,000 drivers. But they're bringing in drivers to come to, combat this driver shortage. Why are you only bringing them in from third world countries? Why aren't you bringing in drivers from, say, Germany? Why aren't you bringing in drivers from France? Or, it's because it's about labor dumping. It's really about bringing in cheap labor and suppressing the wages of the American truck driver. It's all been done for profit. Everett explained that there are 5 hotspots in the country where these drivers are kind of operating from. And he said that's Fresno, California, Laredo, Texas, Chicago, Illinois, Cincinnati, Ohio, and Orlando, Florida. Yeah, that's where their nest or their domiciles for all these operations. And there's also schools in those areas that have trainers and teachers that speak their language. They even advertise in their languages. So there's Punjabi trucking schools. You see the advertisements all over the internet, and all the words are in Punjab, or whatever that language is. And then you see the same thing from the Eastern Europeans. They'll have all their advertisements up in Chicago, and it'll all be in their native language. Now, one individual called into the show and noted that Chicago is a hotbed for Eastern Europeans. You can go up there and try to get into a company up there, and you'll be working for, say, a Ukrainian company that has a ghost address in the United States, and they will actually change drivers' electronic logs while they're going down the road so they can make their deliveries on time. Everett later added a guy from Eastern Europe. Yeah, they're paid third world wages. So the advantage is labor. They're able to bring them over here, exploit them, and dispatch them from over there too. If you get off a plane, I believe it's Serbia. I'm not sure what city, but there are advertisements for a United States trucking company out of Illinois, explaining this is one of the first big billboards you see when you're getting off the plane there. They're trying to recruit citizens from their country to come back and drive trucks in America. About 13 past the hour. It's 844-844-3388. Before I get back to the calls, let me real quick finish up. We had this whole debacle we were talking about last hour with the medical examiner certification. Back in last month, the agency issued a waiver to help the non-compliant states. That waiver is set to expire on October 12, which allows CDL holders to continue to use your paper copy of the medical examiner certificates as proof of your medical certification for up to 15 days after the date the certificate is issued. Through this waiver, the FMCSA recognizes that some drivers may face delays as certified medical examiners and state drivers licensing agencies transition from the old paper-based process to the electronic transmission of drivers' medical information under the Medical Examiner Certification Integration Final Rule. Now, the FMCSA has determined that it is in the public interest to issue a waiver so that drivers with valid medical certification and their employers are not negatively impacted for delays that are outside of their control during this transition. More than a month after that waiver was issued, the same 12 states are still not compliant with the new medical certification regulations. In response, this past day, August 21, the FMCSA announced a modification to the waiver that will allow drivers to use the paper copy of their medical certification for up to 60 days after the certificate was issued. They added that they strongly recommend medical examiners continue issuing paper copies of the certificate to drivers in addition to electronically submitting the results until further notice. Despite adding another 45 days to the timeline that drivers can use a paper copy, that they did not change the expiration date of the waiver, which is set to end again October 12th. Landline asked the FMCSA if the October date would be a deadline for the remaining states to reach compliance with the regulation, or if the waiver could possibly be expended past that date. A spokesperson for the agency said they will continue to monitor the extent of the delays and the need for maybe further regulatory relief during the transition. But as we, again, spoke with Lauren Weiss earlier this week, his medical certification, didn't he say it was back in January? You know, right there at the first of the year. I mean, we're all the way into August now, and they had still screwed things up. And ironically, he takes his paper copy of his medical certification into the Department of Motor Vehicles, and they wouldn't accept it. Yeah, told him you've got to go back to the medical examiner, and the medical examiner has to electronically submit it to them. I guess somehow this week he was able to get that accomplished because, as he chimed in a bit earlier, he's back out on the road. But what a mess. Let's see. It's been a couple days. Eagle checks in here on a Friday. What's happening, Eagle?
Yeah. Yeah, it's real. It's wild right now, Steve. This truck driving industry is on fire right now, man. There's so much going on. This guy, Joe Biden, he, like I told you a couple of nights ago, Steve, he set the United States back so damn far, we might not never catch up, man. This is ridiculous, what Biden did, bringing in all these drivers from all these different countries. I told you that the first night that this went down at Fresno, California, that's where a lot of them guys come from. You see a lot of trucks with California tags on it riding around, and guys like that guy in Florida behind the wheel. And, you know, I was surprised when you listed off Cincinnati.
Yeah, me too.
I didn't know they had.
I didn't realize that. That took me by surprise.
Yeah, I'm still in shock when you said Cincinnati. I didn't know they had them kind of individuals. I didn't know Cincinnati had that kind of stuff going on. But the other names that you called off, that ain't no surprise. But Cincinnati was definitely a surprise. Okay, so the deal is, so I see now as I was looking at TV today, I don't know what the hell. How the hell did he get back to California? Did they fly him back to California, or did he illegally go back to California and then they arrested him and took him back to Florida? How did he end up back in California, this driver?
Yeah,
do you know that?
Right after the accident occurred, police, they didn't have enough. They hadn't issued an arrest warrant yet. They took him to a hotel and told him and the co-driver not to leave the state of Florida. Well, they immediately booked plane tickets, flew back to California. They already had tickets purchased to fly back to India. They were trying to get the hell out of the country, but they caught them before they were able to get that flight.
Okay. I was wondering how they ended up back in California. I heard they had got a bond. It's amazing, Steve. How were they even allowed? Them guys should have been placed in a jail in the state of Florida after what that guy did. How he was even able to put him in a hotel room and you expect them guys to stay there and wait. That's amazing that they were that stupid. And luckily them guys didn't get out of the country, man. Because I'm lucky them two guys didn't get out of the country after what they did. Because like I said, I seen the video today. They getting off an airplane back in Florida. They need to penalize that guy to the fullest extent of the law. Because, you know something, Steve, you probably talked about it. That's not his first incident, from what I'm understanding. He tore down a bridge. He went over a bridge and the bridge collapsed a couple of years ago. Did you hear about that?
Yeah, that was like back in 2019. And I guess he was driving without a license at all then. How did he not get kicked out of the country then is beyond me.
Yeah, it's amazing. It's amazing that this guy was even allowed to be behind the wheel of a truck for that long and running on the loose like that. And here's the scary part about the whole deal, Steve, is that there's guys like him still operating trucks right now as we speak. There's guys just like him on the road right now. And but luckily Rubio and they took a good deal today by suspending all visas to undocumented if you're not an American. That should have been done a long time ago. As far as I'm concerned, it should have been done a long time ago. These people giving out these licenses to these people is ridiculous. So, we had talked. How long we've been talking about this, Steve, with the Amazons and all this, and now everything is coming to head. Other drivers were talking about how unsafe these people were, and now you see what's going on. These people got to be taken off the road, and they got to be taken off the road immediately, because these people don't deserve to drive a truck. They're dangerous. Like I said, you have to know how to read the right English language. And now, see the problem, and from what I'm understanding, I don't know if I haven't seen it in the last 2 days since I've been driving, but they saying that they're going to start putting ICE units, border patrol people in different scale houses and weigh stations around the U.S. to try to focus on these drivers and try to get them put them out of business. And that's exactly what they need to do, because that guy showed no remorse whatsoever, Steve.
Yeah.
This guy here, he already, then you didn't come find out. I didn't know that till you told me just a few minutes ago that they had already booked some tickets to get the hell out of the country. That's ridiculous. That guy there showed no remorse. He was trying to get the hell out of here and go back to India after what he had done. That's really sad. I didn't even know that piece of information, that they were trying to leave the country. So luckily they was able to apprehend him, and they'll be able to put him to book him to the fullest extent of the law. And these companies that do business with these people, Steve, these like you said, especially up there in the Chicago area, that area up there, they got these, like you say, Ukrainian companies, Russian companies, Polish companies, and all of them do dirty business. I remember a story you told about a year or two ago about a guy who drove all the way from Chicago to California and back, and then right before he got back to Chicago, he had a major accident where to come to find out he'd been driving nonstop for over 24 hours or some nonsense. These guys don't give a damn about the log books or electronic logs. They run it illegal. They do whatever they can to make that money, and they don't care whose life is expensive. They'll run a truck 24 hours a day of driving if they can get away with it. And then we don't need those type of people on the road. They can go back to their country and they can run it. They can do that in their place wherever they come from. But it's against the law in the United States. And Donald Trump and hopefully the people that run the Department of Transportation will put a stop to it, so we don't have to have conversations like this every couple of weeks about another outlaw driver taking somebody's life. And I thank you for taking my call.
All right. Yep. So, yeah, I saw the photo. Guess they went out to California, loaded him on a plane. He's back in Florida now. Have not seen when a court date will be. But all right. Hello to Rock Pick. Happy Friday, all you hard-working Americans. It's the weekend, if you get one. Headed for Seabreeze Amusement Park at 10 in the morning with the family. I'm taking my granddaughter for her first ride on the 105-year-old Jackrabbit roller coaster. I've been riding it for about 55 years. Hey, watch out for the other driver. Stay safe and enjoy. 105-year-old roller coaster. Wow. All right, Kevin says, good morning, Steve, the overnight crew. Larry, good morning. Just a heads up. There's a good chance this weekend we may see some snow on some of the mountain passes in Colorado and Wyoming in the next couple of days. Wow. Now, this is, let's see, we're going back. This was about an hour ago. I wasn't paying close enough attention. Jeff said, Steve, I-70 eastbound in Indiana at the 120.5 mile marker shut down a big truck on its side, blocking all lanes. So again, he sent that my way about an hour ago. Hillbilly Tex, let's go trucking. Bull haulers, left lane. Tipping the hat, ringing the cowbell at exit 81 off I-75. All right. Hello from Buffalo. There's John Ferguson. Just got parked for my 8 a.m. delivery. I'm hoping for a reload home and maybe get some rest. Had my first nose-to-nose with a foreigner after he caught me recording him trying to blindside back. Well, he lost, we'll say. Okay. Norman, he said Cracker Barrel, one of my favorite stops. Yeah, Cracker Barrel's new spokesperson is Dylan. What's her name? His name, Dylan Wasn't it Dylan Mulvaney? Yes, Cracker Barrel has got themselves into a Bud Light moment. If you've paid any attention to social media, as they debuted a new logo earlier this week. I think it was Tuesday. They are taking lots of criticism. And they're also making other updates to the restaurants. The logo that used to feature the barrel and the old man sitting in a chair next to the barrel. Yeah, he's been taken off. The barrel's taken off. Now the sign is just a plain Jane Cracker Barrel. Brown letters on a yellow background. First time in 48 years that the logo only features text. Yeah, the old country store opened in 1969 with a text-only logo before they added the iconic image of the man sitting with the barrel in 1977. Now, last year, the company started updating locations, trying to get away from the southern antique feel. Apparently, leadership thinks we need to be a little more modern. Hang on, you're going the wrong direction. Anybody remember Bud Light? Meanwhile, Cracker Barrel's CEO claims that she's hearing positive response. People like what we're doing, she says. Now, another person referred to the controversy, kind of referencing back to the whole Sydney Sweeney thing, that American Eagle, the ad that enraged all the people on the left here recently. We'll delve a little more into that coming up here, but I see we're up to the bottom of the hour. We'll take care of a news break, and it's 844-844-3388. Don't buy or lease another truck without first calling TEL. New trucks as low as $500 down. Call TEL at 866-404-6289.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. Federal Reserve officials are concerned over tariffs, inflation, and labor markets.
Recently released minutes from the Fed's July meeting show a divided board after two governors voted against the decision to hold rates steady, marking the first time multiple governors rejected a rate decision in more than 30 years. The governors noted rising threats to the economy that would warrant monitoring, as well as the possibility of facing difficult trade-offs due to more persistent inflation and a weakened labor market. I'm Tammy Trujillo.
President Trump is giving praise to Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu for being a war hero.
During an interview, the president referred to the prime minister as a good man who is fighting for Israel. Trump said he's a war hero because we worked together. While the president praised Netanyahu, he also took aim at attempts to jail the prime minister, as the International Criminal Court has issued an arrest warrant accusing him of war crimes. I'm Mark Mayfield.
I'm Kristen Marks.
From America's News Network USA Radio News.
Hey, I'm Brant, and her name is Sherry.
Hello.
She's a friend of mine whom we were just praying for because of a surgery she just went through.
Yes, and I am very happy about something you actually talk about all the time, which is
Medishare.
That is right.
Yeah. So what was your experience like with Medishare and the healthcare bills?
Honestly, Brant, seamless. And what a blessing that is when you're already nervous about a health issue, which I was.
Yeah.
Members shared my expenses. There were zero problems. And let me tell you, having people pray with you when you call in with your need, that is just...
It is refreshing.
Yes, that's what it is.
What I keep telling people love Medishare, and they love saving money. A typical family can save $500 a month.
I am very thankful for Medishare. It is so different, and I mean different in a very, very good way.
It is good different. Call now. They're easy to talk to, and you can get a price within 2 minutes. Call 855-SHARE-40. That's 855-SHARE-40. 855-SHARE-40.
Ready to take the wheel of your future? With Transport Enterprise Leasing, you can start for just $500 down. Get new equipment, expert support, and a path to ownership, all with one of the lowest upfront costs in the industry. Whether you're starting out or leveling up, TEL is here to help you succeed. Visit tel360.com or call 866-404-6289. Use promo code OVERNIGHT100 to get rolling today.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme.
Today's ultra-low sulfur fuels are cleaner, but they leave injector deposits, causing frequent DPF regens and low throttle response. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is a 6-in-1 fuel additive recommended for all diesel engines. It is formulated with the most concentrated detergent on the market, a top-tier level cetane booster, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer. Diesel Extreme is a once every 6-month treatment that will clean your entire fuel system, starting at the fuel tank and traveling throughout the fuel lines and fuel pump, and finally completely cleaning your injectors. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme improves your diesel's fuel economy and eliminates excessive black smoke.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret,
Powered by science.
Looking to stretch every mile and every dollar? Go with Speedmax tires. Designed specifically for U.S. roads and built tough for long hauls. With a best-in-class mileage-to-cost ratio, you'll get more miles, fewer swaps, and more money in your pocket. Built strong, priced smart. That's Speedmax. Speedmax, built for the long haul, priced for the smart hauler. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com. When your injectors fail, your truck and your paycheck stop moving. At Industrial Injection, we remanufacture diesel injectors to perform better than brand new. Tighter specs, cleaner fuel delivery, and tested in-house by diesel experts. Plus, we build turbos, pumps, engine kits, and more, all backed by over 40 years in the diesel industry. It doesn't matter if you're running on modern common rail or legacy mechanical, we've got you covered. Call 800-955-0476 or visit industrialinjection.com. Knowledge you trust, quality you depend on. Tired of the guesswork when it comes to your load weight? With Rightway, stay in control on the road and on the DOT's good side. From onboard load scales to Bluetooth-enabled monitoring, Rightway helps truckers and fleets cut down on time, fines, and fuel waste, all without hitting the scale. Smarter hauling starts here. Want more details? Head over to rwls.com. Rightway. Drive more, scale less.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Okay, welcome back. Rolling into a Friday. All right, here comes the weekend. What's on tap for your weekend? Any big plans? Feel free to dial us up at 844-844-3388. Yeah, back to the Bud Light moment in the making for Cracker Barrel. Many social media posts from the War Room this past day. Cracker Barrel's new logo is not an accident. Their CEO, Julie Fells-Massino, it's her project. She scrapped a beloved American aesthetic and replaced it with sterile, soulless branding. Massino kept a DEI regime that promises to identify, recruit, and advance hires by race, and now faces civil rights complaints from the America First Legal to the Equal Employment Opportunity Commission and a Tennessee Attorney General. She should resign and be replaced with leadership that will restore Cracker Barrel's tradition. As this controversy, though, has been sweeping social media, Yeah, CNN reported this past day shares of Cracker Barrel nosedived more than 12% in trading this past day. Uh-oh. Is it another one of those you go woke, you go broke scenarios? Yeah, I actually just shared a post. My wife loves Cracker Barrel. Yeah, I'm not the biggest fan, but I mean, I will say it. They've kept their prices reasonable in the wake of all the inflation we've seen. They serve good comfort food, yeah, down home cooking, and it's reminiscent of your childhood, I guess. You remember the good old days when you go in there and you see all the antiques. I see things I say, yeah, my grandpa had one of those. Yeah, I remember that when I was a kid. It's kind of a stroll down memory lane, and the comfortable, down-home feel. Some reports say that this new CEO wants to kind of open things up and make it more spacious and, I guess, more, more of a sterile atmosphere. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. Come on, Meanwhile, I guess we'll find out in the coming days. Hello to Gilligan. Morning, Steve, fellow listeners. Cloudy but dry now. For now, Mayberry, a.k.a. Mount Airy, North Carolina. The bottom of Fancy Gap, I-77 southbound. All right, everybody keep it shiny side up. Michigan Mad did check in a bit earlier. Everybody have a good weekend. We're going to head off to bed. Have a great weekend. Steve Sommers, thank you much. You're going to be doing some iRacing this weekend there, Madman? I bet he is. Hey, good morning, Steve. It's the lovely Dingbat here, just kicking Brain Dead out so he can make a few dollars tonight. I hope in the next few weeks things are going to change with my job, but I can't discuss it at this time. Oh, and if I think right, football starts next week, and I want to remind Brain Dead, nothing sucks more than a big orange. Go Gators. Yeah, it's time for some of that smash mouth talk, right, between these college football fans. But it's all in fun. Keep in mind the start of the Commercial Vehicle Safety Alliance annual Brake Safety Week is fast approaching. During the week-long enforcement blitz, CVSA certified inspectors across North America will conduct commercial vehicle inspections and educate drivers and carriers about the importance of brake safety. Every year, thousands of inspections are conducted during Brake Safety Week. Inspections, obviously, an examination of the brake systems and components, an emphasis on drums and rotors. Brake drum and rotor issues can affect a vehicle's brake efficiency, according to the CVSA. Broken pieces of drums and rotors become dislodged from the vehicle and damage other vehicles or result in injuries or even fatalities to the motoring public. The goal of Brake Safety Week to eliminate roadway crashes, conducting inspections and educating drivers, mechanics, motor carriers on the importance of proper brake inspection. This year's event will be taking place Sunday through the following Saturday, starting, this Sunday, August 24th, through next week, August 24 to August 30. Commercial vehicles found to have brake-related out-of-service violations or any other out-of-service violation will be removed from roadways until the violations are corrected. Can't help but wonder, with all these thousands of inspections that are going to be taking place over the next week, will they be enforcing the English language proficiency out-of-service criteria? Last year, a total of 16,725 inspections were conducted in the U.S., Canada, and Mexico during Brake Safety Week. From those inspections, a total of 2,149 commercial vehicles were placed out of service due to brake-related violations. All right, see what's going on with, I do believe, is that Plowboy on a Friday? Good morning.
Good morning, Steve. Well, it'll be just the color of your state and way they'll go. Watch it. California, no care about nothing on that deal. They'll just go ahead and red light all the good drivers, and they'll let them non-speaking ones.
Yeah, I think he lost his cell, but he just dropped off. Okay, and he's probably right. I mean, in light of what transpired and all the attention, though, that's being received, New Mexico is taking a lot of flack. And obviously, Duffy said that they're looking into that accident that killed 3 in Florida would not have occurred if New Mexico would have done their due diligence and put that guy out of service when he was pulled over in that state for speeding on July the 3rd. They did not proceed to put him out of... They gave him a speeding ticket. Yeah, but we know he's not English language proficient. All right, it is 844-844-3388. Some of these states, they better start getting in line. If it's in the regulations, this is what I'm kind of confused about. The FMCSA, it's in the Green Book. The CVSA has put it back into the out-of-service criteria. How is it, I question, that states like California or New Mexico can determine we're going to enforce this rule but not that? Pulled the guy over for speeding. So you're enforcing your speeding violation, but you're not enforcing the out-of-service criteria. Is there no ramification when it comes to the likes of isn't there something the FMCSA or the CVSA? I mean, these enforcement officers are supposed to be doing their job, aren't they? Now, while we're on, quickly, the English language proficiency following action to require truck drivers to know how to speak and read English. There is a union president that wants President Trump to take related action for train operators. Mark Wallace is president of the Brotherhood of Locomotive Engineers, a division of the Rail Conference of the Teamsters Union. He wants the Federal Railroad Administration to require that trains crossing the southern border conduct a crew change on an international bridge so that American train crews can take control at the border rather than at a rail yard located somewhere further north in the country, which right now, apparently the Railroad Association allows them to do. He says, due to safety and security reasons, the Department of Transportation and Federal Railroad Association should mandate that train operators return to using American train crews in America. In response to the DOT's request for information on an updated national freight strategy, a requirement of a crew change at any international crossing would make certain that these train crews are proficient in the English language while operating trains. There can be no miscommunication when critical safety information is being conveyed. Requirements that train crews have legal work authority within the U.S. are vital to ensure the crews are fully subject to the Federal Railroad Association safety jurisdiction, including certification, qualification, and training requirements. In addition to the nationality of crews, BLET is concerned about the safety of the trains that enter the U.S. from Mexico. At present, there's no reason to trust safety inspections performed within Mexico. The safety requirements within Mexico are not as stringent as ours, and they're entirely absent, he says. Allowing trains to proceed from Mexico into the U.S. any further than the first available point where crews can be changed puts crews and surrounding communities at risk. I didn't realize this was going on, did you? Yeah, railroads can request waivers from FRA to allow crew exchanges to take place at rail yards miles north of the border, including both Union Pacific Railroad and Canadian Pacific Kansas City. Ted Greener is Vice President of Public Affairs for the Association of American Railroads. He said that interchange operations along the southern border have been built on the success of the same operations that have occurred for decades along the U.S.-Canadian border. We know airline pilots, no matter where they're from, must be English proficient. I had no clue that railroad crews might be out there and not able to speak the English language. Okay, that's interesting stuff. Back into the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, rolling into a Friday.
Don't get stuck buying, or worse, leasing a used truck that's just going to break down. At TEL, we help owner-operators succeed with a new truck for as low as $500 down and affordable weekly payments with 24/7 support. Plus, access a network of top carriers. Choose an industry leader that has your back. Call TEL at 866-404-6289 or visit tel360.com. Use promo code overnight100. We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout. Tired of the guesswork when it comes to your load weight? With Rightway, stay in control on the road and on the DOT's good side. From onboard load scales to Bluetooth-enabled monitoring, Rightway helps truckers and fleets cut down on time, fines, and fuel waste, all without hitting the scale. Smarter hauling starts here. Want more details? Head over to rwls.com. Rightway. Drive more, scale less. Looking to stretch every mile and every dollar? Go with Speedmax tires. Designed specifically for U.S. roads and built tough for long hauls. With a best-in-class mileage-to-cost ratio, you'll get more miles, fewer swaps, and more money in your pocket. Built strong, priced smart. That's Speedmax. Speedmax, built for the long haul, priced for the smart hauler. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com.
All right, back at it here on a early Friday. It looks like Plowboy back in a cell zone. Welcome back.
Well, thank you, sir. Thank you. Just way this plant's up. You go one side of it one time, and then you'll be just fine and gone again. But, see, there's one thing about this brake safety that you just brought up. Really, the guy gives a bunch of us, and it's that damn anti-lock braking system. The ABS crap is crap. I mean, that's the only thing I've ever had a problem with when it comes to that. I'm just kind of wondering how many of these non-English proficient drivers that we might be able to get off the road. Wow. I just can't wait to hardly see the numbers, but no, basically all your major cities have got them. Cincinnati, Indianapolis has got 4 or 5 companies, and the dangest thing about it, one of them companies up there out of Fresno, California, has got an American name, see?
Mm-hmm.
And it's one of them dum-dums. I'll say this once. We've talked about this before. Remember when they shut down I-94 up there in Wisconsin? What, 8, 9, 10 years ago? Because a dum-dum had a blown tire and he said he had a bomb. And because, get them off the highway, put them back. I don't give a damn, put them off. But, well, it came in a 3 today, sir. I don't know whether you've caught this. I heard this on your news. Surprised I hadn't heard about it before. You hear where we lost one of our Christian, devout Christian leaders today?
Yes, Dr. Dobson, yeah.
And I've been to his facility numerous of times. And I mean, wow. It was kind of 89 years young.
Yep.
I know he did a great deal. Wow. Yeah, it happened in 3. I hope this is,
Yeah, he advised many of presidents over the years. I mean, going back to Ronald Reagan, I think George H.W. Yeah, he did a lot there in the D.C. area. But one of the great evangelicals, Dr. James Dobson, 89. Yeah, he lived a full life, right? It's 8 before the hour, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, and let's get to, not to be confused with Pappy, but this is Pappy from Kentucky. What's happening?
That's not a whole lot, Steve. How about you?
Oh, Friday.
Hey, listen, I got a Friday, finally. I got a quick question. About these aliens. I'm not a prejudiced person at all until it comes to these people. And I'll have to admit that I am. I just wonder how many of them actually can speak and understand English until they would maybe get pulled over, and they think that if they show that they can't understand, it's going to get them off the hook. Because there's been times that I've said stuff that I probably shouldn't have said to them, certain whatever bunch of people.
Yeah.
And I know they know exactly what I'm saying every time.
Mm-hmm.
And I just kind of wonder if they haven't been told that if they, more than anything, act stupid to the English language, if that'll get them off the hook because of the prior regime letting them do whatever, come and go however they wanted to. And I was also surprised when you read that list off a while ago. I was surprised at first that Cincinnati was on that list. But look at the big major company that we have in the Cincinnati area that has a big, they're very large at the Cincinnati airport.
Amazon.
And they have trucks on the road. You got it.
There's tons.
You got it.
Yeah.
I don't know the last time that I saw what I would consider an actual American driving an Amazon truck. Maybe I'm wrong.
Yeah.
And if I am, won't be the first time. But I've been out here 46 years, and I just know when I first started, it was a whole lot of fun, and that fun's gone bad.
Wow.
But what do we do about it? I mean, what do we do?
Yeah, right. Well, I mean, it seems like, at least with Secretary Duffy and President Trump, Marco, I mean, it seems like they're all looking to try to address this head on right now. No more H-2B truck drivers, at least for the moment. Yeah, we'll see how fast this narrative of we're short 80,000 drivers comes up. And that gentleman was correct. If you year after year after year, it's always the statistics coming from the ATA. We're 80,000 short. We're 80,000 short. And they always toss them, we'll be 160,000 short by, something several years down the line. But it's always the same narrative. 80,000 now, getting worse. All right, see where it goes. It is 844-844-3388. Good to hear from you there, Pappy in Kentucky. I was just talking a little bit about Cracker Barrel. I've got the chart before me, looking at their stock price here. Go woke, go broke. Cracker Barrel CEO Julie Fels-Massino's decision to decolonize the company started by removing the old-fashioned country gentleman meant to evoke nostalgia and Americana. It is hammering the stock, wiping out $250 million in value since she became CEO. It says here the stock is down 34%. Erasing $587 million in value. How long's she been in charge? That's Major League Baseball. How about what's it going to cost us to watch, right? Comcast-owned NBC Universal is in advanced talks with Major League Baseball to carry games on NBC and Peacock streaming services. A 3-year deal approaching $200 million, according to the Wall Street Journal this past day. Of course, Peacock, that's one of those streaming services. What's it running? I don't know if it's $8-10 a month right now, but I'll give you more details on that coming up in our next hour. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Transport Enterprise Leasing, founded by a U.S. Army veteran, proudly supports those who've served. Veterans receive a $750 discount on their lease deposit with 24/7 maintenance support, national parts discounts, and interest-free financing. TEL is committed to your success. Call 866-404-6289 and use promo code OVERNIGHT100 or visit tel360.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
turbocharger spool time.
Turbochargers force compressed air into the combustion chamber where temperatures can reach 400 degrees. The oil surrounding the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the turbo bearings, building maximum boost sooner.
Available at truck stops, auto parts, secret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Truckers, meet the Speedmax Pro Max, the tire built for serious hauls and serious peace of mind. With rugged construction and performance you can count on, Pro Max is made for the long road ahead. And here's the best part. It comes with an 8-year warranty. That's right, 8 years of confidence, mile after mile. Ask Speedmax. Drive far. Drive strong. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com. Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. Investors will be watching for any clues on interest rates as Jerome Powell delivers what's likely his final address as Fed chair tomorrow. Economic reporter Kevin Cirilli is at the Federal Reserve Conference in Jackson Hole, Wyoming.
What they hope will provide some clarity and clues around his decision on whether or not he will cut rates in September.
It's widely expected the Fed will cut rates in September, but Cirilli cautions that Powell remains weary about President Trump's tariffs and the uncertainty they present to the market. Trump has been a harsh critic of Powell over his refusal to cut interest rates. Vice President J.D. Vance is giving details on Ukrainian President Zelensky's visit to the White House this week.
Vance spoke on Fox News Wednesday.
The president says, we've had a pretty good meeting. I'm going to go call Vladimir Putin and see what he says about it. And everybody's like, oh, you're going to call him next week? And he's like, no, what time is it in Moscow? Let's call him right now.
The vice president said he started things off with an icebreaker, telling Zelensky as long as he behaved, Vance wouldn't say anything. He continued by saying Ukrainians want security guarantees while the Russians want a certain amount of territory. Vance went on to say the conflict between Russia and Ukraine is former President Biden's war. I'm Mark Mayfield.
A new survey says illegal alien entry hit a record high in 2023.
The Pew Research Center found that 14 million immigrants came into the U.S. after the COVID-19 pandemic and Biden policy changes. The surge of immigrants came from 2021 to 2023 during the pandemic fallout that especially impacted poorer countries. California, Texas, Florida, and New York saw the most illegal immigrants come to their states. I'm Brian Shook.
Wall Street closed with stocks lower.
At the closing bell, the Dow Jones fell by 152 points. The S&P 500 dropped by 25 points. The Nasdaq lost 72 points. I'm Kristen Marks.
From America's News Network USA Radio News.
With all the recent violent protests, looting, and destruction, some areas are considering either defunding or abolishing the police. At a time when America's neighborhoods need the protection of police the most, some elected officials would rather create more chaos by playing politics. If you're sick of elected officials caving in to demands of the radical left, you're not alone. It's time we stand up and declare our support for local police. The majority of police officers are important partners in protecting our God-given rights. If you prefer freedom over chaos, then learn how you can help protect the local police that serve your community. Call today and request your free Support Your Local Police info packet. Dial 800-JBS-USA-1. That's 800-JBS-USA-1. Request your free Support Your Local Police info packet by calling 800-JBS-USA-1 today.
There's a case of bubonic plague in Northern California.
Heather Orchard with El Dorado County Public Health says cases of plague are rare, but they do happen. This is their first since 2020.
This person was camping in an area in South Lake Tahoe and was bitten, likely by a flea.
She says the patient received medical care and is recovering at home. County officials in a statement urged residents and visitors not to feed or touch wild rodents, to keep pets on leashes, and to use insect repellents when outdoors. John Sommers, USA Radio News.
A video shows two Savannah police officers arresting a man earlier this week has gone viral due to the nature of how it unfolded.
The suspect, 18-year-old Joshua Watson, was on bond for illegal firearm possession and was linked to a recent aggravated assault. During his apprehension by police, he pleaded with them as they addressed a suspected gun in his belt. The audio from a bystander's video may be disturbing to some.
Put your hands behind your back. Leave, not that, leave. All right, let me do this. No, all right, Tommy. One last time. Just felt all right. Waistband, just got it. Put your hand by your back. I'm going to shoot you in the head.
Wow, in the head, huh?
You got to get in this waistband. Don't end up.
Not in the head, though. Come on.
Toward the end of the roughly 2-minute video, an object falls from Watson's waistband, and one of the officers picks up what looks like a gun. I'm Liz Kennedy.
And I'm Anthony Lucero, USA Radio News.
In a study, it was found that 33% of 44 herbal supplements had no trace of the advertised herb. Don't let that happen to you. Hi, this is Dr. Mitch. If you want to ensure quality, go to TotalWellness.com. Supplements made for physicians, only now available to you too. TotalWellness.com, helping you to look good, feel good, and enjoy total wellness.
At TEL, we know what it takes to succeed as an owner-operator because we were founded by one. The big secret? Affordable new trucks. New equipment keeps you moving, improves cash flow, and delivers reliability. For over 20 years, we've helped drivers take the next step in their careers. Call TEL at 866-404-6289 and use promo code OVERNIGHT100. We look forward to meeting you. Truckers, meet the Speedmax Pro Max, the tire built for serious hauls and serious peace of mind. With rugged construction and performance you can count on, Pro Max is made for the long road ahead. And here's the best part. It comes with an 8-year warranty. That's right, 8 years of confidence, mile after mile. Ask Speedmax. Drive far. Drive strong. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Coming up in the hour ahead, more of your calls at 844-844-3388. What is the truck parking shortage costing the trucking industry annually? The numbers are pretty mind-boggling. The full breakdown coming your way. First, let me get back to the talks, Major League Baseball, for the coming years. Netflix, they say, is also close to a deal with Major League Baseball to stream the Home Run Derby. Now, that's like $35 million a year, but that's just one thing. So you'd have to have a Netflix subscription to be able to tune into that. Major League Baseball and companies are still engaged in discussions. According to the Wall Street Journal this past day, deals have not been finalized, and additional components could drive the price tag significantly higher. NBC Universal did not immediately respond to Reuters' request for comment, while Netflix said they had no comment. MLB expects the new deals to ultimately increase their revenue from the previous agreement with ESPN. So this is one of those scenarios where you have some games that'll be streaming on Peacock. Got to have a subscription. Some streaming on Netflix. And there was a gentleman earlier this week that reported there's 2 or 3 other potential subscription services that may cost us to watch baseball in the years ahead. All right, back to the phones we go. Hey, it's a casual Friday, I do believe. Good morning, Horse Feathers.
Morning, Your Honor. And, we haven't done this in a long time. I don't know how we got to neglecting this, but maybe we should try this today. Hey, Becky. Hey, Becky, what day is it? What day is it?
That'd be hump day.
Oh.
Yeah.
That'd be hump day. Yeah, man, another camel. Is it 1 or 2 hump when you do the second one in the week? I don't know. Anyway, so I'm just watching that video on your news there, the video of the officers detaining a 18-year-old suspect there to possibly has a weapon in his waistband.
Yeah.
Did you get to watch that video? It might be disturbing, Your Honor.
I have not seen the video. I just heard the audio there, and so he says, I'll shoot you in the head. I mean, that's whoops.
Oh, I didn't see the video. I thought I was watching it. I'm sorry. The lady told me I was watching the video. So anyway, because I don't know. Anyway, so when they're doing this search, when 2 officers are doing this search, and an officer is standing back with his weapon held in position to fire upon a suspect, where is the gun being aimed normally? I mean, do they aim it at the chest? Do they aim it at the feet? Or do they aim it at the head? Do they point it right in your face and aim it at your head? I mean, maybe the officer told him exactly where the bullet was going to go when it was discharged from the weapon, because he wasn't aiming at his feet.
Right.
you know, it was a heat of the moment thing. I mean, Pappy will tell you, everybody will tell you that the adrenaline is so high, and you say pretty much exactly the truth. I mean, when you're in that situation, so much adrenaline is pumping through your veins. It's pretty much truth serum. And when somebody is doing something and you have your weapon pointed at their head because the other officer is trying to conduct a search and tell him to put his hands behind his back, or if you're there alone trying to do that, and then something falls to the ground that kind of looks like a weapon. Wait a minute. What? They were looking for a weapon on him, and it falls to the ground. I don't know. But anyways, I think next time that they do this type of thing, and they're looking for a suspected weapon in the waistband, I think they ought to point their weapon right at the crotch. Do you think the suspect will be a little more readily to comply if they're going to get shot in the crotch?
Not likely.
I don't know, Your Honor. Just
not likely.
I don't know. Some people have more value of things down there than they do up above. You know, sometimes that other brain might be a little smarter than the one above their shoulders. I don't know. But
I guess that would be
maybe
that would be a law enforcement protocol question. I do know once they open fire on a suspect for whatever reason, that they're
body
supposed
mass.
You continue to fire until the threat is eliminated, I believe is the training, but I don't know. Does that mean?
Yeah, exactly. Well, one bullet to the head, but no, I didn't say that. But that does eliminate the threat. But no, it's usually, you know, it would usually be body mass. You shoot for the largest part of the body. I mean, you're not at the gun range. You're not doing testing or target shooting. You're doing to, you know, subdue the victim. You know, the problem. It ends up being a victim, but it's you got to shoot at the biggest part of the object, which is, you know, center mass, which is body, chest, and, you know, a lot of times it's vital organs. But anyway, so I guess that's enough of that for my. Hey, I'm only in the fire side of this emergency response stuff there. I don't do police stuff.
Correct.
I know a few police officers, but anyways, I follow the thin red line, not the thin blue line. But I do let the blue line go there. I don't. But anyway, so we're talking about this ding dong that shouldn't ever been in the country down there that killed the 3 individuals in Florida by being a complete idiot. And you were saying he got stopped for a speeding ticket in New Mexico.
Yes.
Now, the question is when he was stopped for the speeding ticket, was he stopped by normal law enforcement, or was he stopped by a CVSA?
Now that I don't know. I have no idea.
That would give an inspection. Because the whole deal is if I get stopped going down the road by a normal officer and I get given a ticket for, you know, improper lane change, and I do not get an inspection, I do not get any CSA points put on my federal score. Now, if I get pulled over by an officer, or if that officer requests an inspection, or if I get pulled over by a CSA, certified CVSA certified officer, and he conducts an inspection at the time he gives me my ticket, well, then I get CSA points, and that ticket or warning or whatever all goes on to my record, my federal record. Now, I don't know if it was a normal officer that gave him the speeding ticket, if he had any qualification to say you can't speak English, so I'm putting you out of service. So that might be the caveat to why he was able to continue on after getting the speeding ticket. But it should have been noted, and that officer should have said, well, I can't, you can't talk to me, I can't talk to you. We ought to inspect your vehicle. You just sit here for a minute, and I'll get the, we can conduct the whole, do the whole DOT level 1, 2, or 3 on you, and and have that officer there, and then that officer would be able to place him out of service if need be. So maybe that's what law enforcement needs to do, is to go on to the next level. But of course, as you said, you were in the sanctuary city, sanctuary state type situation. So maybe his protocol from above was to, you just do what you do. And as you said, and as the last caller was saying, if they make it so hard that you can't deal with them, sometimes you just throw your arms up and just walk away and say, just go on to the next guy. Because I know that's kind of the, things I've seen in other parts of
don't want to be
business and everything, is that when you get
bothered
tired
with
of dealing with them, you just throw your arms up and
yep.
So and I'll tell you what, it was that way a long time ago. I bet you it was 40 years ago. I was up in Quebec, and you go into a Dunkin' Donuts up there to try to ask for a donut, and if you ask for it in English, those people would stand at you and look at you like you had three heads. And I'll guarantee that probably 90% of the population in Montreal, Quebec up there is bilingual. I mean, they speak English just as well as they speak French Canadian. And if they didn't want to be bothered with you because they had their French Canadian attitude when you walked in speaking English, and they knew you were an American and they didn't want to deal with you, then they'd act like they just stand there and you couldn't even order a cup of coffee from them. And so I don't know. It's that way both ways around. But anyways, hey, it is Casual Friday, and I got a little thing here. Funny thing I heard on Facebook. I can't show you the video really because I don't have the video to show you, so it won't be disturbing. Possibly could be disturbing, but here, get this, and this is for Brother Rambler. I hope Brother Rambler's out there. So anyways, there's this pastor, and he takes his family out for a morning thing on Saturday there, and they end up going by a little pet store, and there's a cute little kitten cat in there, and the kids all like the kitten cat, so he gets the kitten cat, and they bring it home, and they have it out and about there, and they got a small tree in their yard, but there's some bigger trees around, so they don't want the kitten cat to be scared if he climbs the tree or anything, so they kind of place the kitten cat in the tree. So the little kitty's in the tree, and he starts climbing a little bit, and everybody's, oh, look, he's getting comfortable. He's climbing the tree a little bit. Well, he climbs the tree high enough that they can't get to him to get him back out.
Mm-hmm.
So, but the tree's not big enough for them to climb because it's just, a smaller sapling type thing. So the father there, the pastor, he's like, I know what I can do. And he goes to the garage and he grabs a piece of rope and gets the car, and he backs the car up in the yard, and he lassos the top of the tree, and he ties the other end of the rope to the car, and he starts pulling the tree over, and the tree starts leaning over, and the cat's gone almost all the way to the top of the tree at this point, and gets it out almost to the point he wants to stop. The rope snaps off the back of the car, comes untied, snaps off the back of the car. Now the tree is pulled almost all the way over to where the people can reach it on the ground.
Right,
so
now it's a catapult. He's being launched.
A catapult. So anyways, the kitty cat goes sailing through the air out of sight. And well, nobody ever said it was going to be a good story. But anyways, a couple weeks later, the pastor's over at the neighbor's house there, dropping off some baked goods his wife had made for the neighbors there, and they're out in the garden. The woman and the son are out in the garden and saying, the little boy's got a kitty cat in his arms, and the pastor's trying to figure out how to say, when did you get your kitten cat? And she says, well, it's the darndest thing, Pastor. Says, little Jimmy here told me he wanted a kitten cat, and I told him, no, you can't have a cat. And he's like, no, Mommy, I want a cat. And she says, well, I tell you what, if you're supposed to have a cat, we'll kneel down here in the garden and we'll pray, and if God wants you to have a kitty cat, he'll send you a kitty cat. Next thing you know, this kitty cat lands at our feet. All right, Your Honor.
There
Happy
it is.
Casual Friday.
Straight from the catapult. All right.
With Transport Enterprise Leasing, you're in the driver's seat, literally. Choose your carrier or operate under your own authority and drive a truck that works as hard as you do. Ready to roll? Use promo code OVERNIGHT100 and get $100 off your first lease payment. Call Tell now at 866-404-6289. That's 866-404-6289. And let's get you on the road to ownership.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator.
Stiction, that sticky friction, undermines the performance of diesel engines and is difficult to remove from the oil system. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator is a powerful synthetic cleaner that targets stiction, contains no harmful solvents, and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive. Our proprietary carbon nano lubricant is blended with Stiction Eliminator, filling in microscopic irregularities inside your engine, providing a smoother surface for enhanced lubricity, reducing friction and wear. Third-party ASTM testing verifies that Stiction Eliminator removes 2 times as much stiction than any alternative on the retail shelf. Use Stiction Eliminator to solve an existing problem or as a preventative maintenance.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret.
Powered by science.
Truckers, meet the Speedmax Pro Max, the tire built for serious hauls and serious peace of mind. With rugged construction and performance you can count on, Pro Max is made for the long road ahead. And here's the best part. It comes with an 8-year warranty. That's right, 8 years of confidence, mile after mile. Ask Speedmax. Drive far. Drive strong. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com.
All right, a casual Friday. TGIF. According to the breakdown, America's truck parking shortage is imposing a staggering $100 billion annual burden on drivers, fleets, and the industry. According to groundbreaking new truck parking research. Boy, that sounds big. Groundbreaking. Drivers waste 56 minutes and drive 15 extra miles daily searching for a legal parking space. Costs that ultimately ripple through supply chains and increase prices for consumers nationwide. The research, commissioned by Truck Parking Club and conducted by transportation economist Noel Perry of Transport Futures, exposing a massive disconnect between America's truck parking needs versus available infrastructure. With 2.4 million commercial trucks requiring daily parking for federally mandated rest breaks, the nation provides only 697,000 official parking spaces, a shortage of 1.7 million spaces, roughly 70% of daily demand. The $100+ billion in annual costs from truck parking inefficiencies represents a hidden tax on every American consumer, according to Perry. When drivers spend an hour circling for parking instead of delivering goods, those costs inevitably show up in higher prices at checkout. Now, there are a cascade of inefficiencies that directly impact households. Supply chain disruptions from parking shortages raise consumer goods prices by 2 to 3% nationwide, translating to 100 to 150 billion in additional costs annually on the $5 trillion Americans spend on consumer goods. Individual drivers, they say, face $380 in daily costs from parking-related inefficiencies, including wasted fuel, extended search times, suboptimal locations that prevent maximizing federally allowed driving hours, these accumulate to $37.7 billion annually in extra miles searching for parking and over $82 billion in lost productivity, they say. Most striking is the research finding that America actually has abundant truck parking capacity. It's just not accessible. The study identified 23.4 million parking spaces nationwide that could accommodate heavy trucks, but 98% are on private property, not offered to the public, forcing the entire industry to compete for 2% of available capacity. This forcing drivers to park on highway shoulders or in abandoned lots, creating dangerous conditions. Cargo theft costs exceeding $700 million annually, much attributed to unsafe parking, while driver turnover, partly from parking stress, cost the industry over $10 billion yearly. The shortage is not evenly distributed. The New York metropolitan area faces a deficit of 186,000 parking spaces, 4 times worse than the national average. The top 10 affected states experience shortages more than double the national average. Meanwhile, some western states like Oklahoma and Wyoming actually have surplus capacity, highlighting how capacity exists in the wrong places. Groundbreaking new research. Okay. Who was it last evening? Yeah, I think that was the Blind Man, if memory serves. The Blind Man mentioned that something about Elon Musk planning like a 10-mile underground tunnel system in Nashville. I had not heard anything about it. One of our listening friends did a little digging, and that is indeed the case. Connecting downtown to the airport. The project is called the Music City Loop, which would utilize Tesla vehicles within the tunnels to transport passengers. This tunnel system will be privately funded. It will not cost taxpayers any money. I found that rather fascinating. Now, there's a little bit more to the story, they say. This is a company called the Boring Company, B-O-R-I-N-G, boring a tunnel in the underground. Give you a little bit more on that. Is it a feasible project? Meanwhile, it's 844-844-3388 as we get a news update. Hey, for 2 decades, Transport Enterprise Leasing has helped owner-operators grow their business with trusted leasing and financing options. Learn more at tell360.com.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. Federal Reserve officials are concerned over tariffs, inflation, and labor markets.
Recently released minutes from the Fed's July meeting show a divided board after 2 governors voted against the decision to hold rates steady, marking the first time multiple governors rejected a rate decision in more than 30 years. The governors noted rising threats to the economy that would warrant monitoring, as well as the possibility of facing difficult trade-offs due to more persistent inflation and a weakened labor market. I'm Tammy Trujillo.
President Trump is giving praise to Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu for being a war hero.
During an interview, the president referred to the prime minister as a good man who is fighting for Israel. Trump said he's a war hero because we worked together. While the president praised Netanyahu, he also took aim at attempts to jail the prime minister, as the International Criminal Court has issued an arrest warrant accusing him of war crimes. I'm Mark Mayfield.
I'm Kristen Marks.
From America's News Network USA Radio News.
Hey, I'm Brant, and her name is Sherry.
Hello.
She's a friend of mine whom we were just praying for because of a surgery she just went through.
Yes, and I am very happy about something you actually talk about all the time, which is
Medishare.
That is right.
Yeah. So what was your experience like with Medishare and the healthcare bills?
Honestly, Brant, seamless. And what a blessing that is when you're already nervous about a health issue, which I was.
Yeah.
Members shared my expenses. There were zero problems. And let me tell you, having people pray with you when you call in with your need, that is just...
It is refreshing.
Yes, that's what it is.
What I keep telling people love Medishare, and they love saving money. A typical family can save $500 a month.
I am very thankful for Medishare. It is so different, and I mean different in a very, very good way.
It is good different. Call now. They're easy to talk to, and you can get a price within 2 minutes. Call 855-SHARE-40. That's 855-SHARE-40. 855-SHARE-40.
At TEL, we know what it takes to succeed as an owner-operator because we were founded by one. The big secrets? Affordable new trucks. New equipment keeps you moving, improves cash flow, and delivers reliability. For over 20 years, we've helped drivers take the next step in their careers. Call TEL at 866-404-6289 and use promo code OVERNIGHT100. We look forward to meeting you. Truckers, meet the SpeedMax Pro Max, the tire built for serious hauls and serious peace of mind. With rugged construction and performance you can count on, Pro Max is made for the long road ahead. And here's the best part. It comes with an 8-year warranty. That's right, 8 years of confidence, mile after mile. Ask SpeedMax. Drive far. Drive strong. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Fuel additives.
the purpose behind most fuel additives is to impact performance of your diesel or provide protection to your fuel system. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment provides both performance enhancement and protection with 6 key components. This fully formulated premium fuel treatment includes the performance-enhancing cetane boost, injector cleaner, and LX4 lubrication, as well as protection against water with a demulsifier and rust inhibitor, plus a stabilizer that minimizes fuel filter clogs. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret.
Powered by science.
Tired of the guesswork when it comes to your load weight? With Rightway, stay in control on the road and on the DOT's good side. From onboard load scales to Bluetooth-enabled monitoring, Rightway helps truckers and fleets cut down on time, fines, and fuel waste, all without hitting the scale. Smarter hauling starts here. Want more details? Head over to RWLS.com. Rightway. Drive more, scale less. Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
All right, back at it here. Hope you had a good week. Getting ready for the weekend. As I mentioned earlier, the whole Cracker Barrel, which has suddenly become a viral on the internet kind of thing. Everybody talking about it, posting about it, offering their 2 cents worth. A lot of go woke, go broke sentiment. Even WSB TV out of Atlanta had a little online survey thing going where they've got like 13,000 plus comments on it. Yeah, they simply say, what do you think of the new logo? And I'll just go through a couple of the comments here. Rhonda says, taking the man and the barrel off the logo is like taking Colonel Sanders off the chicken bucket. Don't change what people associate with. Let's see. I think it sucks. Looks like a gas station sign. Bring back the original. Looks like a low-grade Dollar General sign. Kathy says, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. Now, and I don't really care about, is the logo that big of the sign on the front of the restaurant? If you're going to start changing everything inside to make it more airy and roomy and take away the nostalgia feel. And supposedly, this CEO is trying to say that, what she hears from different managers all over the country when they get together for their annual meetings is, how can we get a remodel? Can we get a remodel? She makes it sound like everybody thinks they need to remodel. So the logo change was one thing, but getting rid of the rocking chairs and the antiques on the wall and making it feel more like you're walking into a Denny's that's a different story, right? Yeah, Shane said that's the reason I won't go anymore. This guy said, now it looks like the Crack Barrel. The old logo is better. The classic interior is better. Next, they're going to take away the little claw toys that they always have. So on and on it goes. I'm not seeing a whole lot of positive response. Looks like Motel 6. I know the Meemaws and Papaws are going to be upset at this, says another. Yeah, the old-timers, the nostalgia thing. Amy said, did someone find the barrel offensive or what? It's like when they took the Indian off the logo for the Land O'Lakes butter, right? See what's going on with Vic here on a Friday morning, Vic.
Hey, good morning, Steve. Isn't Cracker Barrel, aren't they based in Lebanon, Tennessee? And I was trying to think, it's a trucking company that they had a dedicated trucking company, and I can't think of that. But the Cracker Barrel really didn't like truck drivers much, to be honest about it. There were some places they prefer that truck drivers didn't even show up in certain franchises. But like you said, it's another, if it ain't broke, don't fix it.
Yeah.
And I thought they had a pretty good crowd and pretty good team going for them. And it is kind of amazing that this CEO, there are some people when they come into an organization, they believe they have to make changes in order to assert their authority. So I don't know what she's really thinking, but that I haven't followed their stock or anything for years, but to have that much of a drop in price, I'm not exactly sure how long the board of directors are going to sit still for that.
I mean, 12% yesterday, 16% in like 4 days. I mean, since they made the announcement, that ain't good.
No, not at all. But the other thing, too, was, Steve, I was just curious, listening to Horse Feathers and cat story and stuff there. Two things came to mind. Number one, did the cat land on its feet? And the other thing was, I was thinking about, I think you became a dog person now. You used to be a cat person, and I didn't know if you still had your cats around or not there. So it's just a couple of things that just kind of crossed my mind. So,
we still have we have two cats. One of them is old as Methuselah. The other, my daughter brought into the house. It's not that I'm not really per se the dog person. I love the cats. It's the wife. The princess says, "You're not. I will not have another cat in this house. I'm tired of stinky litter boxes, and all that." So she won't let me get another kitty.
Right. Okay. Well, there was I knew a school teacher there, and she was talking about how these people that make meth, they smell like kitty litter. And she was talking about this one class. She said it smelled like we have a regular kitty litter thing in here. And now I understand that they have to put litter boxes in some of these schools for the people they call the furries that think they're cats. And a lot of teachers are departing teaching because of all the craziness going on. But before I get off on so many other subjects, what I really called about was you were talking about all these different foreign truck drivers and everything else, and the H-2B visas, and they also have something that's called an L1 or L2, to where if a company is owned by a foreign person in the United States, they can bring workers in from their native country if they're like have a special skill or something of that nature. And I think some trucking companies, like you mentioned about they're from India, I think some of those the foreign-owned, Indian-owned trucking companies, I think they bring in people actually from India because they know what they can get away with and how cheaply they can work them and all that. But the other part of it is the United States America kind of plays a role in this too, with all these economic development programs, because they go out there and they have these enterprise zones, and then they build these different buildings, speculative buildings and industrial parks. And in order to make those industrial parks, they need a trucking company. So 9 times out of 10, they'll look around for the cheapest trucking company they have, and they have what's called broker protected. Some of these industrial parks, only certain people can do business within those for, the trucking business and all that. So the first thing they need to do is take a long, hard look at all these different states and have them explain all their industrial or economic development programs, because that's the root cause of a lot of these people. They just want to get people in there and haul the freight cheap, and they don't really much care one way or the other. And you mentioned parking. It's been about 10 years ago now, up in the Northeast, they were going to put a requirement in that these industrial parks have truck parking, and all the economic development people said, no, can't do that, So I guess they're still building industrial parks and telling truckers up there in the Northeast, find the best place you can to park, and then you throw on top of that all the rules to where, you had that 14-hour rule, and it's just, there's a lot of things that need to be looked at. And after that drastic situation that happened down there in Florida, everybody's kind of looking at it now. I imagine it'll go away in a little bit, but there's a lot of things that needs to be done. That truck driver just didn't drop in from nowhere, and I think he got a license in Washington. And if you get a license in one state for interstate, I think somebody mentioned for a garbage driver or anything of that nature, then after a while, by getting a medical certificate upgrade, they can wind up changing that interstate to an interstate, and then they can go from state to state. So I know years ago when I was hauling cotton, a Mexican tried to explain to me how they got people from Mexico over into the United States, and eventually got them a interstate CDL. And he was mentioning something about the first step was to get an interstate license, even if it would be like a Class B or something of that nature, get it upgraded to a Class A. And he had the situation down pat. I really didn't understand it, but I guess that a lot of these states, you mentioned about they don't let you have a paper one anymore. You have to go through a service and get your medical card upgraded. And so it's pretty easily done, and that's usually through a third-party service. So all these states are using these third-party services, and people just aren't having to show up physically. to get these different licenses and everything. Whereas back in the day, you had to, even if you went to a driving school, you had to show up, and the first thing was you had to have your physical and your drug test, and they'd send you home. And basically, trucking companies were using these CDL mills because that was a government requirement at that time. And if they used a CDL mill, they couldn't get sued, or the government couldn't get after them for negligent hiring. So that's basically the only reason the trucking companies were using them. And some of the better trucking companies, once they came out of that trucking school, then they'd send them to their own trucking schools, and they had a long-winded OJT program. But there were the other ones that we were talking about, the chameleons and all that, chameleon trucking companies, and those that wanted to operate as cheaply as possible. As soon as they came out of that trucking school, they were put in a truck and away they went, and they had no formal training program whatsoever. And that's the people that caused the problem down there in Florida. So, but like I said, the problem has with these foreign drivers, it has many different facets to it, and they're going to have to walk through every one of them. And I think with Pappy is, these truck drivers many times, and even when they get stopped by police and they let on like they don't know English language, some of these people they're told to ask for an interpreter. They have to get an interpreter, and that interpreter wants to make sure they don't say the wrong thing. And that's where out in Arizona with Sheriff Joe, he had a lot of Spanish-speaking deputies, and oddly enough, that got him in trouble, because when these people would start speaking Spanish, the particular deputy would speak Spanish back to him, and it wasn't working very good. And of course, I don't know how many people know about Sheriff Joe's trouble, but the government got after him and said he was profiling the Hispanics or something, whatever. Well, there in Maricopa County, there were a lot of Hispanics there, and as sheriff, he had to deliver all the child support warrants and this, that, and everything else. But they made a case against him, and I really think what they were mad about was that he had so many Spanish-speaking deputies that old trick of the cartel saying, make sure you ask for an interpreter, and we'll send an interpreter to make sure you don't say the wrong thing. So that's just kind of a quick run through. Oh, and one last thing I wanted to mention. These weight loss drugs, I didn't realize there's a lawsuit in New Jersey against one of the manufacturers of the weight loss drugs, in which they say that has a history of causing blindness in certain people. So I'll just throw that out real quick.
Okay. I know there's a number of different things, depending on which weight loss product, like the Ozempic, and there's a lot of side effects later down the line. It's almost like going back to the COVID vaccine. You knew at the time it's going to take years to figure out what potential side effects may be coming from that. There's a lot of things, people, I guess, intestinal issues, a lot of different things. But hey, real quick, I wanted to get back to Governor Bill Lee there in Tennessee confirming about this tunnel thing from downtown to the airport, confirming the state will not require the boring company to pay for the land that they're going to use to build this series of tunnels under Nashville to the airport, supposedly and other destinations. Lee said recently final negotiations for the state's inspection process for boring haven't been finalized, but he does not expect the company to be required to pay for the use of state property to construct tunnels. The business, dubbed the Music City Loop, as I mentioned earlier, planning to use electric vehicles, Teslas, to ferry riders from downtown Nashville to a series of stations and the airport. Lee said the boring company is going to do this at no cost to the state. So the state will give the right-of-way at no cost to the boring company because of the enormous investment they're making on the state's behalf. The company has not given an estimated cost for the project or said how much riders would be charged to use the electric vehicles. Previously, State Senator Becky Massey said the state would provide the right-of-way to boring under state roads for tunnel construction through a long-term lease. The routes have not been finalized. It's not clear whether the tunnels would go only under state routes or maybe Metro Nashville streets as well. The company started digging a test hole in a state-owned parking lot near the Capitol. A boring company president previously projected the tunnel would be put into use within 2 years. Now, facing many questions from skeptics of the project, as well as Nashville's mayor, Freddie O'Connell, Lee defended the proposal to reporters in a press conference, saying the boring company has a history of tunnels, mainly a Las Vegas loop, where the company has moved 3 million passengers safely there, but the Las Vegas project has failed to live up to the projections made by the company back in 2019 when Las Vegas officials approved the project, which was intended to stretch for more than 68 miles. Yeah, the tunnel actually runs 2.2 miles under the convention center, and it said the company took over a year to dig 1.7 miles. Construction at that rate would take 40 years to complete the entire loop. Reports also show the company built tunnels without permits, dumped untreated water into storm drains and sewers, and was fined $112,000 over worker complaints about burns and muck spills, which boring is contesting those violations. O'Connell's office submitted about 70 questions to the boring company, and Lee said he believes they're answering all of them. The questions deal with everything from emergency response in the proposed tunnel to maintenance, ownership, safety standards. I'm thinking electric vehicles. This first thing that comes to my mind, you're talking about being underground. Yeah, with an electric vehicle fire above ground right now, they tell people to shelter. What if you have an electric vehicle fire? It's inevitable. Electric vehicles tend to catch fire. We'll return after this, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Thinking about becoming your own boss? Transport Enterprise Leasing makes it easy with new trucks, 24/7 maintenance support, and now you can save right from the start. Use promo code OVERNIGHT100 to get $100 off your first lease payments. Call TEL today at 866-404-6289 or visit tel360.com and take the first step toward owning your success. Looking to stretch every mile and every dollar? Go with Speedmax tires, designed specifically for U.S. roads and built tough for long hauls. With a best-in-class mileage-to-cost ratio, you'll get more miles, fewer swaps, and more money in your pocket. Built strong, priced smart. That's Speedmax. Speedmax, built for the long haul, priced for the smart hauler. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com.
Hello, Big T here with Diesel Power Group. Listen, if your truck's in a repair center and you think it's being misdiagnosed or worse, being overcharged for an overhaul or an engine replacement, you need to stop and call Diesel Power Group now. Allow us to build the DPG solution that is right for you, not the repair center. We have over 4 decades in engine remanufacturing experience and specialize in Caterpillar, Cummins, Detroit, Mack, International, and John Deere. DPG offers an industry industry-leading warranty and turnaround times. We want to earn your trust every day. Don't believe us? Challenge us today by calling 574-594-5888 or visit us at dieselpowergroup.com and follow us on Instagram and Facebook. We are available 24/7. Mention code 374 and receive a $200 rebate towards your major failure repair.
Hey, it's a Friday morning, and it's not often we get to hear from Philip. What's going on?
Not much, man. I'm still waking up. I got woke up earlier by some rocket that took off. I don't know if you heard about it or not, but some rocket with a little plane in it took off earlier tonight. Man, that thing was loud. It woke me up, Steve. How you doing today?
I'm doing all right. So that's that top secret, looks like a shuttle kind of thing, right? What do they call that? The X something or other?
It's a 37, the X-37. Yeah, that thing was loud. They put it on a Falcon Heavy, and I was like, okay. And that thing was loud. Because of that hurricane, they had to bring everything back to the Cape. And that thing took off, rattled the house. Then them other two came back to the Cape, and they were loud as heck. So it's like, man, I know I wasn't going to stay up for it. Yeah. I've seen them before, but go ahead, buddy.
Did you get the sonic boom with the return of the boosters?
Oh yeah, I got the sonic boom and the sonic rattle and sonic pain in my butt when that thing landed. And I'm 40 miles away from that place, buddy. So, yeah, it is what it is. That's part of living down here. But even my wife, when I walked out the door a while ago, I said, did you? She said, yeah, woke us up too.
Wow.
Her and the cat and everybody.
Mm-hmm.
So. But you're talking about that loop out there at Vegas. I had a friend that worked with me in monorails that works for that company. And Vegas is a lot different than Nashville. The thing I can't understand with Nashville is there's a lot of rocky terrain out there in Tennessee, and there's a lot of rivers and a lot of different things going on. I don't think I'd really want to be boring underneath all that stuff, especially like, say, the Cumberland River, where we've had all those floods out there back in the day and things. You might hit something and you might fill something up with water, if you know what I mean, Steve.
That's a distinct possibility, yeah. And the rocky terrain, you're right. Yeah, we're rolling toward news break here. Hold the thought. We'll return in a moment. Veterans save $750 on their lease deposit with Tell. Honor your service with a partner who actually supports you. Tell360.com.
With Transport Enterprise Leasing, you're in the driver's seat, literally. Choose your carrier or operate under your own authority and drive a truck that works as hard as you do. Ready to roll? Use promo code OVERNIGHT100 and get $100 off your first lease payment. Call Tell now at 866-404-6289. That's 866-404-6289. And let's get you on the road to ownership.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator.
Stiction, that sticky friction, undermines the performance of diesel engines and is difficult to remove from the oil system. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator is a powerful synthetic cleaner that targets stiction, contains no harmful solvents, and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive. Our proprietary carbon nano lubricant is blended with Stiction Eliminator, filling in microscopic irregularities inside your engine, providing a smoother surface for enhanced lubricity, reducing friction and wear. Third-party ASTM testing verifies that Stiction Eliminator removes 2 times as much stiction than any alternative on the retail shelf. Use Stiction Eliminator to solve an existing problem or as a preventative maintenance.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret,
powered by science.
Truckers, meet the SpeedMax Pro Max, the tire built for serious hauls and serious peace of mind. With rugged construction and performance you can count on, Pro Max is made for the long road ahead. And here's the best part. It comes with an 8-year warranty. That's right, 8 years of confidence, mile after mile. Ask SpeedMax. Drive far. Drive strong. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. Investors will be watching for any clues on interest rates as Jerome Powell delivers what's likely his final address as Fed chair tomorrow. It's widely expected the Fed will cut rates in September, but Cirilli cautions that Powell remains weary about President Trump's tariffs and the uncertainty they present to the market. Trump has been a harsh critic of Powell over his refusal to cut interest rates. A new survey says illegal alien entry hit a record high in 2023.
The Pew Research Center found that 14 million immigrants came into the U.S. after the COVID-19 pandemic and Biden policy changes. The surge of immigrants came from 2021 to 2023 during the pandemic fallout that especially impacted poorer countries. California, Texas, Florida, and New York saw the most illegal immigrants come to their states. I'm Brian Shook.
From America's News Network USA Radio News.
Let's see, if something costs less, a lot less, but people are actually happier with it, that sounds like something to look into, and that's MediShare. Maybe you've heard joining MediShare can save you or your family up to $500 a month, and that's huge, but it's also true people are just happier with it. They love being part of something that reflects and promotes their values and what they believe in. MediShare works, too. It's been around for 30 years now, and members have shared more than $7 billion of each other's bills. People love having telehealth and a huge nationwide PPO network. You can save a ton and like it better. Imagine being happy with how you're taking care of your health care, whether you're self-employed or part of the gig economy, or you just want a plan that you're happy with. Here you go. You can call right now and get a price within 2 minutes. A very smart use of 2 minutes. Here's the number you need. It's 855-SHARE-40. 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 855-SHARE-40.
Thinking about becoming your own boss? Transport Enterprise Leasing makes it easy with new trucks, 24/7 maintenance support, and now you can save right from the start. Use promo code OVERNIGHT100 to get $100 off your first lease payments. Call TEL today at 866-404-6289 or visit tel360.com and take the first step toward owning your success.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
stiction.
Engine oil can break down under extreme heat, leaving behind varnish, a carbon-based deposit that creates drag on the engine's moving parts. This sticky friction is stiction. Symptoms include a rough idle and the loss of fuel economy and performance. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator is formulated to be left in the engine. It works as you drive.
Stiction Eliminator is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
Looking to stretch every mile and every dollar? Go with SpeedMax tires, designed specifically for U.S. roads and built tough for long hauls. With a best-in-class mileage-to-cost ratio, you'll get more miles, fewer swaps, and more money in your pocket. Built strong, priced smart. That's SpeedMax. SpeedMax, built for the long haul, priced for the smart hauler. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com. We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout.
Hello, Big T here with Diesel Power Group. Listen, if your truck's in a repair center and you think it's being misdiagnosed or worse, being overcharged for an overhaul or an engine replacement, you need to stop and call Diesel Power Group now. Allow us to build the DPG solution that is right for you, not the repair center. We have over 4 decades in engine remanufacturing experience and specialize in Caterpillar, Cummins, Detroit, Mack, International, and John Deere. DPG offers an industry-leading warranty and turnaround times. We want to earn your trust every day. Don't believe us? Challenge us today by calling 574-594-5888 or visit us at dieselpowergroup.com and follow us on Instagram and Facebook. We are available 24/7. Mention code 374 and receive a $200 rebate towards your major failure repair.
Looking to stretch every mile and every dollar? Go with Speedmax tires, designed specifically for U.S. roads and built tough for long hauls. With a best-in-class mileage-to-cost ratio, you'll get more miles, fewer swaps, and more money in your pocket. Built strong, priced smart. That's Speedmax. Speedmax, built for the long haul, priced for the smart hauler. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com. TEL's Independent Owner-Operator Program gives you the power to operate under your own authority or choose the carrier you want to run for. Drive a new truck with full factory warranties, solo or team. TEL has a lease that fits your business. Call us at 866-404-6289 or visit tel360.com and use promo code OVERNIGHT100.
Over the midnight hour on the West Coast. Welcome into a Friday. Good to have you with us. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. All right, off to work we go, even on a Friday. Welcome back, Philip.
Yep. Got to go over here to the Walmart neighborhood market in DeBary, Florida, and work a little bit. So, you're talking about that boring stuff. I don't know if you ever remember this, Steve. They had an incident in Chicago back in the 90s where these guys were working on some tunnels underneath the Chicago River, and they sprung a leak, and it leaked into the tunnels and went underneath the buildings and everything. And come to find out, they had a bunch of tunnels under these buildings for, like back in the day when they would transport stuff for the heating processes in each building. They used to do it in tunnels instead of on the street.
Mm-hmm.
And that caused a big uproar. I mean, it was draining the Chicago River, and they couldn't get it stopped, so they ended up sticking mattresses in it, which was kind of crazy, and then pumping it full of gunite to get it to the point to where they could, keep the water from coming in.
Yeah.
And that's my question with these electric vehicles is water intrusion. How much water intrusion have we heard about, that it's caused these fires and stuff on these cars? That moisture starts a lot of that thermal takeoff stuff. And that's something that has to be with this loop thing. They were talking about doing it down here in Orlando, but down here you can't really do it because of the way that everything's so sandy. You have to backfill the sides of the tunnel, and I don't know. It's a good idea, but you got to think about the terrain that you're putting this stuff into before you start doing all this boring stuff and all that. So, but that's all I got today, buddy. Everybody have a good weekend, and we'll talk to you later.
All right, and he's Philip's typical weekend. It's like one night off. That ain't much of a weekend. That just gives you an opportunity to sleep in one day, right? All right, meanwhile, it's a brand new day. 22nd day of August comes our way. 844-844-3388. Been a while since we heard from the Jolly Green Giant. Good morning.
Good morning, Steve, and all the cartoon characters out there. I've got something to say about them changing the logo of Cracker Barrel. I could think of other restaurants and other companies that have changed the logo and how it ended up into a disaster.
Yeah.
Let's begin with over 40 years ago, Coca-Cola come up with an idea to change the formula. They called it the New Coke.
Mm-hmm.
Well, it ended up into a disaster, and no one would buy Coke, so they had to go back to the original formula. All right? So let's begin with that. People don't like change. That's really what this call is all about. All right? Let's talk about Aunt Jemima taking the logo off the bottle. There was nothing wrong with the logo in the first place.
Right.
And I don't understand some of this stuff. And then let's talk about Frisch's Big Boy. Look where Frisch's Big Boy is now, on the verge of bankruptcy. Well, let's begin with, they decided to go with a frozen pork tenderloin sandwich, and they were breading their pork tenderloin in their restaurants. It was by far the best sandwich that Frisch's had. So they decided to go with a frozen pork tenderloin sandwich. Another thing, blunder, they come in, and some college-educated dummy come in and decided to do away with Coca-Cola products in the restaurant and go with Pepsi products. Well, guess what? Jolly Green Giant said, no more. I will not go inside your restaurant no more. Frisch's has always been known for their Cherry Coke and their Cherry Sprite. So, and so they converted over to Pepsi because some idiot decided it was a good idea. All right. So, another thing that Frisch's did that was a blunder, they had the best coconut cream pie probably in the United States. I mean, it was good. So what they would do is they would bring in the limit part of the pie, and they would make the whipped topping fresh at each restaurant. And I'll tell you what, every year I would buy one for Christmas. They decided to go with frozen pies after that. So if you take a look at these restaurants making these changes, take a look. Frisch's, for instance, Frisch's is on the verge of bankruptcy right now because they made too many changes, and the truth of the matter is people like things just the way they are. Now, Cracker Barrel is a fine restaurant. I love Cracker Barrel, and I enjoy looking at all of the old stuff on the walls.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't get where they feel a change needs to be made. They need to look at the amount of money that's coming in, and right now it's all over Facebook, and I know people are not happy at all.
Yeah.
I'm not happy with it.
I mean, the atmosphere,
And,
not only the antiques and that down home feel, but it's kind of a little bit of a darker atmosphere, you know. Apparently the new CEO says we need a brighter interior, we need a more modern vibe, and I'm thinking that's not the way to go.
I agree with you 100%. You remember years ago, we had a restaurant called Po Folks in Cincinnati.
Yep.
It was very similar food that what Cracker Barrel's got. It was a good restaurant. It was. But a lot of these restaurants don't stay in business very long because they make changes that people don't like. And I think that this is a big mistake. Look, I mean, that Coca-Cola, that was a disaster. That change that they made, change in the formula, was a disaster. So I would just say a big no-no. In my opinion, I think that the CEO needs to listen to what the comments that are being made on Facebook. I know T-Mobile listens to comments on Facebook, and these CEOs need to listen to what people are saying on Facebook. Now, and I realize some of it is lies, but you can get a lot of honest opinions on Facebook. And so that's really all I got to say tonight, Steve. Good show tonight, brother. You have a good night.
All right,
okay?
good to hear from you. Thanks for checking in. It's been a while. Even Fox News covering the whole Cracker Barrel thing this past day. They said last year, the company updated the antique southern feel of their interiors to a brighter, modern vibe. They say that they're testing various levels of remodels. A spokesperson said, "We've been very transparent about our goal of making our stores feel brighter and more welcoming than they already are, and maintaining that country hospitality and charm that we're known for." I've been to Cracker Barrel in recent months. It's probably been about a month ago. And I didn't notice any real changes at that point in time. Obviously, you can't remodel every location at the same time. I think they've got 600 and some odd locations around the country. I guess with some of this blowback that they're getting right now, they say that they're going to be offering customers here a complimentary classic side with any purchase on this weekend, Saturday, Sunday, 23rd and 24th of August, at all the locations around the country. A complimentary classic side with any purchase. Spokesperson says, "Our story hasn't changed. Our values haven't changed." This program, this update is called All the More. All the More. We're honoring our legacy while bringing fresh energy, thoughtful craftsmanship, and heartfelt hospitality to all of our guests this fall. So it's All the More program. Meanwhile, 16 past the hour. Senor Heatwave will be checking in. Brother Rambler on a Friday. Looks like Eagle back on board. Got you coming up. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Transport Enterprise Leasing, founded by a U.S. Army veteran, proudly supports those who've served. Veterans receive a $750 discount on their lease deposit with 24/7 maintenance support, national parts discounts, and interest-free financing. TEL is committed to your success. Call 866-404-6289 and use promo code OVERNIGHT100 or visit tel360.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
turbocharger spool time.
Turbochargers force compressed air into the combustion chamber where temperatures can reach 400 degrees. The oil surrounding the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the turbo bearings, building maximum boost sooner.
Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Truckers, meet the SpeedMax Pro Max, the tire built for serious hauls and serious peace of mind. With rugged construction and performance you can count on, Pro Max is made for the long road ahead. And here's the best part. It comes with an 8-year warranty. That's right, 8 years of confidence, mile after mile. Ask SpeedMax. Drive far. Drive strong. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com. Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
Where are we at? Rolling through the state of Missouri, I guess. Morning, Senor Heatwave.
Oh, good morning, Senor. Oh, yeah. Hey, speaking of Nashville, they're building something right next to the Toyota football field that the Titans play in. I know we were talking about them wanting to attract a major league team for baseball.
Mm-hmm.
But any idea what that is that they're building right next to the interstate, between the interstate and the football field?
That I do not know.
You have any idea what that is?
No, sir.
I was going to say that'd be one hell of a draw to build a baseball stadium and not have anybody there but the Nashville Sounds. So, and I mean, this thing was big. But yeah, Philip is right. I mean, that Nashville, that's a very, very rocky place. And I know people are going to say, well, they built tunnels in mountains. Yeah, but you got other issues here, especially in Tennessee. And I think I might be coming down with a damn cold or a sinus infection. So if I sound weird, I'm sorry. Isn't there a major fault line going through Nashville or somewhere around that area?
I know the New Madrid is down in this parts of the southeast. I don't know if Nashville is a part of that or not.
Well, I'm sure they've already done all their geographical surveys and whatnot, but it sure seemed like that neck of the woods, you might want to lay off on the tunneling. But I tell you what, we went to Nashville yesterday, picked up a load going up to Chicago, and it took an hour and a half to go 40 miles from where our terminal is to the Kentucky state line. An hour and a half. Wow. I mean, it just wall-to-wall idiots out there. You know, those that didn't seem like they knew where they were going were slowing down. Then when they figured out where they were going, they stepped on the gas in the hopes that they could find a spot to force their way in to get off the exit or whatever the hell they wanted to do over there. So I can see why they call it Crashville instead of Nashville. They were talking again about the Major League Baseball, and Gilligan had nailed it right, saying, you know, Charlotte would be a good spot. And obviously Charlotte was named. But then they were talking about maybe putting a Major League team in Salt Lake City. Well, I think earlier this year, their AAA ball team got a brand new stadium out there. So they left their old stadium and they went to the new one. So I don't know if they would be willing to expand a stadium that's brand new or build another stadium to accommodate a baseball team out there.
Mm-hmm.
You know, and you've already got, you know, the Oakland A's are now, I guess they're going to be the Nevada A's or the Las Vegas A's here pretty soon if they're not already out there now. So with people in the Bay Area, you know, grappling because they lost their baseball team, you think that would be an incentive for them to tear down and rebuild that baseball park they got out there, make it more modern, and then draw a team out there as far as an expansion team? That seemed like that would be the best way to go. Because, I mean, what I understand, that old stadium there had sewage backups both in the locker rooms and on the restrooms along the concourses. I mean, man, if you got that kind of problem, you don't want to sink that kind of money into it to make it better. Of course you're going to lose fan base. So, I don't know. Just ideas there. So, anyways, we're heading down to Phoenix, and then we're going to go home. And we're going to try this thing again next week, see what kind of mischief we can get into. So, you have yourself a good night, Senor, and we'll see y'all next week.
Thanks for checking in, and yeah, I hope you don't lose your voice. Wasn't it about a year ago he went through, week after week after week? Couldn't kick whatever the heck it was. It was several days ago. I think Braindead may have brought this up last week even, but yellow entering a motion with the bankruptcy court to sell 3 terminals. $16 million value. A $15.6 million sale agreement linked for a 42-door terminal in Ontario, Canada. A local concrete supplier appears to be the buyer there. Other properties include a 14-door location, Jacksonville, North Carolina, $300,000, and an 8-door terminal in Quebec for $115,000. All 3 properties are owned by the defunct Less Than Truckload Carriers estate. Proceeds from the sales, they say, will settle claims against the estate, including employee claims for paid time off, sick time, and amounts sought under the Worker Adjustment and Retrain Notification, or WARN Act. They have now sold roughly 215 terminals, nearly $2.4 billion in total. A monthly operating report for June showed the estate had $608 million in cash and has paid out $220 million in professional fees and expenses since the August 2023 bankruptcy filing. In other words, $220 million for a lot of legalese, paperwork. Somebody's making money off that, right? No doubt. All right, we're getting close to news break there, so hang in there. Brother Rambler got you coming up. I did get your email. I had not yet seen that. I sent me the link to where the NASCAR legend Richard Petty kind of mourning the loss of another NASCAR figure. Thursday morning, I guess the announcement came down that Humpy Wheeler, the former president of Charlotte Motor Speedway, apparently had passed away. Humpy Wheeler, known for spearheading the movement to get lights put into the iconic NASCAR track, passed away apparently Wednesday evening. The Charlotte Motor Speedway officially announced his passing on Thursday morning. While the motorsports world has lost an icon, the legacy, H.A. Humpy Wheeler, created by building and promoting remarkable events at Charlotte Motor Speedway, will continue for generations to come. He served as president of NASCAR's biggest track for more than 30 years. Hired by Speedway Motorsports founder Bruton Smith in 1975, Wheeler ultimately oversaw the operations of the premier NASCAR venue up until his retirement in 2008. Of course, Richard Petty, one of the most iconic figures in NASCAR history, deeply saddened, according to the report. Petty, the 7-time NASCAR champion, taking to social media to pay a tribute to Humpy, stating, "I am deeply saddened by the passing of Humpy Wheeler. Humpy was one of a kind, a true showman, and one of the sharpest minds this sport has ever seen. We'll all miss him. My thoughts and prayers are with his family." Several legendary NASCAR figures, from Dale Earnhardt Jr. To reporter Bob Pockrass, have all weighed in on the passing of Humpy. He massively impacted the growth and excitement of the entire sport, helped tons of drivers and other individuals obtain opportunities that changed lives and careers. Always a friend and supporter to the industry. Rest in peace, Humpy, says Dale Jr. He was 86-year-old. Again, spearheaded putting up lights at Charlotte. None of the big tracks had lights at the time. And he was also instrumental in Janet Guthrie competing in the World 600. All right, rest in peace. Yeah, Brother Rambler got you coming up here in just a moment. Operate under your own authority and choose your carrier. TEL gives you the freedom to run your business your way. Visit tel360.com.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. Federal Reserve officials are concerned over tariffs, inflation, and labor markets.
Recently released minutes from the Fed's July meeting show a divided board after two governors voted against the decision to hold rates steady, marking the first time multiple governors rejected a rate decision in more than 30 years. The governors noted rising threats to the economy that would warrant monitoring, as well as the possibility of facing difficult trade-offs due to more persistent inflation and a weakened labor market. I'm Tammy Trujillo.
President Trump is giving praise to Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu for being a war hero.
During an interview, the president referred to the prime minister as a good man who is fighting for Israel. Trump said he's a war hero because we worked together. While the president praised Netanyahu, he also took aim at attempts to jail the prime minister, as the International Criminal Court has issued an arrest warrant accusing him of war crimes. I'm Mark Mayfield.
I'm Kristen Marks.
From America's News Network USA Radio News.
Hey, I'm Brant, and her name is Sherry.
Hello.
She's a friend of mine whom we were just praying for because of a surgery she just went through.
Yes, and I am very happy about something you actually talk about all the time, which is
MediShare.
That is right.
Yeah. So what was your experience like with MediShare and the healthcare bills?
Honestly, Brant, seamless. And what a blessing that is when you're already nervous about a health issue, which I was.
Yeah.
Members shared my expenses. There were zero problems. And let me tell you, having people pray with you when you call in with your need, that is just...
It is refreshing.
Yes, that's what it is.
That's what I keep telling people. People love MediShare, and they love saving money. A typical family can save $500 a month.
I am very thankful for MediShare. It is so different, and I mean different in a very, very good way.
It is good different. Call now. They're easy to talk to, and you can get a price within 2 minutes. Call 855-SHARE-40. That's 855-SHARE-40. 855-SHARE-40.
Ready to take the wheel of your future? With Transport Enterprise Leasing, you could start for just $500 down. Get new equipment, expert support, and a path to ownership, all with one of the lowest upfront costs in the industry. Whether you're starting out or leveling up, TEL is here to help you succeed. Visit tel360.com or call 866-404-6289. Use promo code OVERNIGHT100 to get rolling today.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme.
Today's ultra-low sulfur fuels are cleaner, but they leave injector deposits, causing frequent DPF regens and low throttle response. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is a 6-in-1 fuel additive recommended for all diesel engines. It is formulated with the most concentrated detergent on the market, a top-tier level cetane booster, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer. Diesel Extreme is a once every 6-month treatment that will clean your entire fuel system, starting at the fuel tank and traveling throughout the fuel lines and fuel pump, and finally completely cleaning your injectors. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme improves your diesel's fuel economy and eliminates excessive black smoke.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Looking to stretch every mile and every dollar? Go with Speedmax tires, designed specifically for U.S. roads and built tough for long hauls. With a best-in-class mileage-to-cost ratio, you'll get more miles, fewer swaps, and more money in your pocket. Built strong, priced smart. That's Speedmax. Speedmax, built for the long haul, priced for the smart hauler. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com. When your injectors fail, your truck and your paycheck stop moving. At Industrial Injection, we remanufacture diesel injectors to perform better than brand new. Tighter specs, cleaner fuel delivery, and tested in-house by diesel experts. Plus, we build turbos, pumps, engine kits, and more, all backed by over 40 years in the diesel industry. It doesn't matter if you're running on modern common rail or legacy mechanical. We've got you covered. Call 800-955-0476 or visit industrialinjection.com. Knowledge you trust. Quality you depend on. Tired of the guesswork when it comes to your load weights? With Rightway, stay in control on the road and on the DOT's good side. From onboard load scales to Bluetooth-enabled monitoring, Rightway helps truckers and fleets cut down on time, fines, and fuel waste, all without hitting the scale. Smarter hauling starts here. Want more details? Head over to rwls.com. Rightway. Drive more, scale less.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Summers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
All right, back at it here as we roll on through the late night, early morning hours. A new day, a.k.a. Friday. And promised we'd get to Brother Rambler out of the break there. Morning, Rambler.
Well, praise God and good morning, God's children. Hello, Steve, and everyone listening to us, whether you're up there in the high plains desert of Ely, Nevada, or all the way on the Gulf Coast to Houston, Texas. Man, we're so happy to be live, loud, and in living color with you. Watching us on YouTube, Rumble, Facebook, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive app, and that's where I listen to you at, and other fine listening places like terrestrial radio on the AM and the FM band. We're glad you are with us tonight. And I have a person right here beside me. He wants to, yeah, that's right. Let me get over here and speak. Oh, come on, Gil. Let me speak. Let me speak. You had Big Ed, and you had Grumpy on there a minute ago at the beginning of the show, and they said that the great Rich Rodriguez coached at UNLV. They're full of doo-doo. Rich Rodriguez is the head coach at West Virginia Mountaineers. Oh. Get it right. And by the way, I love Rich Rodriguez. I dressed up as Santa Claus and got stuck in his chimney trying to give him presents because they come back to West Virginia and Charleston. And I'm so happy. And thank you for letting me on, Steve. I'm pretty sure Charlie Farquharson will be on later on. All right. Here's Brother Rambler. When you can't love yourself, he'll love yourself for you. Here's Rambler. All right, Gilligan, you said enough. Thank you, sir.
Boy,
I'm sorry. He had to get in there. He said a mouthful.
He did, yes. Yes, he did.
He said a mouthful. Gilligan had to get that in. This is the official Gilligan impersonator that person was. But yeah, that was some. Donovan just called me a while ago. I had no idea Humpty Wheeler passed away, and he had called me up. He said, "Dad, do you know that Humpty Wheeler passed away?" I'm like, "No, I had no clue. Mm-hmm. I had not seen it on the news. It ain't been on Facebook. I mean, nowhere. No one's even talked about it.
I hadn't heard.
So
it.
Yeah, that was a shock to me.
Yeah.
Yeah. And I'm thinking no one's called up tonight. Brain Dead or no one else has called up and said anything about it either. So yeah, well, that goes to show you about NASCAR, how how the mighty have fallen. I thank Brian France for that. He really just took a poop all over NASCAR and really ruined it. And they still ain't gotten better. I know Brain Dead loves the road course races, but anytime back when I used to watch it, when it was a road course race, that was time to go do something else. I just couldn't. That's just too daggone boring. So, but hey, to each his own, and I hope it comes back good one day. I don't think it is because I talked to a buddy of mine. We were talking about NASCAR. I said, look, NASCAR is full of Nepo babies. And I had to look that definition up because, ever since I seen the reboot of King of the Hill and I heard that phrase, I'm hearing it everywhere. And Nepo baby is a child of a famous star or a famous athlete. And they're spoiled and entitled. And I'm sorry, that's all that races in NASCAR now is a bunch of Nepo babies. A bunch of spoiled, rich kids that didn't have to do what Ricky Rudd or any Darrell Waltrip or any other people do, go break into junkyards and steal parts or do whatever to make it up there. These kids racing now, they didn't come up hard. They come up with the silver spoon in their mouth and got handed, a good race team and everything like that. And they're out there and whining and crying, listening to garbage music. I mean, my God, I want my NASCAR car driver. I'm sorry, I want my NASCAR driver listening to Waylon Jennings with the big dip in his mouth, smoking a cigarette, drinking a beer, and cussing at one another. Not some little rich kid listening to garbage punk rock music and that I ain't never heard of, and whining and crying about stupid things. Right. But hey, that's just my opinion. So yeah, so NASCAR can just go, they can take a hike. So I stopped watching it after Matt Kenseth stayed consistent in 2003, and he won the Winston Cup championship, and the next year, they basically just penalized him for it. I'm like, you know what? It ain't even worth watching. Then that idiot Kurt Busch, that guy's crazy as it is. So I'm like, yeah, I divorced them right then, and I hadn't looked back, and that's been 21 years ago. So, well, Steve, praise God, man. I'm so happy to be talking to you and on the air with you. Shout out to the Baldwin County Wild Man. Old Chris Cooper's out there. He had to take some oil samples out there to Pintail Street and Gonzales. He's on his way back, trying to make it back in. And shout out to Eric, driving for Chick-fil-A. Jared Ard from Ponchatoula out there running the roads with us. Brain Dead and so many others that are out there. And God's children, I started getting angry with Cracker Barrel. And I'm not coming down on anyone if you want to take a sip of beer or make a drink or whatever, but there's a time and place for it. And if I want to go to a restaurant where I want to see other people drinking beer and stuff, I'll go to a restaurant. Cracker Barrel, I had a problem with that whenever they started serving alcohol. I'm like, hey, man, when we get out of church or when we get done with the Determined Ministries Church and I want to go and eat and have fellowship with the rest of the congregation, I want to go and eat at a place that they're not going to serve alcohol. Some of you listen to me, it's like, oh, goody two-shoes, Brother Rambler. Well, no, ain't goody two-shoes, Brother Rambler. Nothing. I want to go to a good atmosphere that's going to have some good music going, dim lighting, and have good fellowship and conversation. Not to go in there and see, folks drinking alcohol and complaining about their food. And, if it ain't broke, don't fix it.
Yeah.
And now I'm reading where this CEO wants to cater to the alphabet people, which I don't agree with at all. And they want to do this. I'm like, man, look, you're going to ruin a good place, I said, if IHOP had any sense, they would already capitalize. Steak and Shake has. Have you seen that? Steak and Shake jumped on the wagon real quick and lambasted Cracker Barrel and said, hey, we're not changing nothing here. That's Steak and Shake. I think I said it right. Steak and Shake.
Steak and Shake, yeah. Famous for the steak burgers.
What's that, sir?
Famous for the steak burgers.
Oh, that's right. That's right. Sure is. And man, they got good milkshakes there too. But yeah, they were the first ones I saw step up and said, hey man, y'all are stupid. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. So we got our logo for years and years and years, and so they're not changing that either. But speaking of Determined Ministries Church, Steve, man, we're looking forward to having church this Sunday. I was just sitting here in Amet City, home of the Heisman Trophy winner Devontae Smith and Super Bowl winner for the Philadelphia Eagles, Devontae Smith. Roll Tide, roll. And notice they didn't mention nothing about Alabama, but we got a tough task to prove against Florida State. Old Garnet and Gold's going to be ready to play. But speaking of Determined Ministries Church, by the way, I'm sitting here in Amet City. I was just sitting there looking at the Bible before you went to me, and this verse of Scripture, Steve, really stuck out to me. And you can find this in Romans chapter 9, verse 21. And I love what the Holy Spirit through Paul says. It says, hath not the potter power over the clay? This is a bold statement. Hath not the potter hath power over the clay? God made us all in his own image. Whether you're black, white, Latino, Asian, You're made in his image. And God has the power to bring you into this world by having your parents procreate and you being born. He has the power to take you out, too. I think you need to learn how to start honoring the Lord thy God, and live by those other 2 commandments Jesus gave, the 11th and 12th commandment. That being, love the Lord your God with everything you have, all your heart, mind, body, soul. And the greatest one, Jesus says, love thy neighbor as you love thyself. I got told by a Baldwin County wild man, he come across a preacher on TikTok threatening to throw people. If you're shacking up and living in sin, I'm going to throw you out of the church. That's the wrong approach. Determined Ministries Church, we have our door open. I tell you, bring your sin with you. Whatever it is, bring it with you. I want you to bring your sin into the church. Whether you log in on Facebook, and that's where we're live at 5 o'clock p.m. Central Time, or whether you come through the doors, bring it with you. Because what I want you to do, I want you to give it to God. Lay it at the altar. When we're done, we give that altar call, Steve. I want you to come lay that sin at the altar and give it to God. Say, Lord, I don't want it no more. You know, the potter is God. You're the clay. Have thine own way, Lord, have thine own way. Thou art the potter, I am the clay. Mold me and make me at thine own will. Though I am standing, yielded and still. That's how that old song goes. There's no greater love than what the potter has for the clay. And if you will just lay your sin down, trust God, I don't care what it is. It could be deer hunting. It could be Alabama football. It could be cigarettes, drink, whatever it is that you're struggling with. If you'll just bring it with you, bring it in the doors, and lay it at the altar, I can promise you, take my word for it, God will replace it with something much, much better. And that replacement is the blood of the slain Lamb of God. All you got to do is paint it over your heart's door, on each side. And there'll be enough that'll drip on the threshold. And you can be one with the Lord. You're going to live eternally. Your body's going to die one day, God's children. It sure is. Your spirit's going to live eternally. You're either going to live eternally with the Lord Jesus Christ in the God's glorious heaven, or you're going to be cast hand and foot into a devil's red hell, where there's wailing and gnashing of teeth. And the word of God says in the book of Mark, where the flame is never quenched and the worm dieth not. But we want you to come on and be with us this Sunday at 5 o'clock p.m., Determined Ministries Church. That's what time we go live. And Steve, I believe there's another show that airs at 11 o'clock Central, 12 o'clock Eastern, Sunday night, Monday morning. Can you tell me about that show?
I think we're listening to it at this moment. Yeah, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, overnightdriveradio.com.
That's right. And that's where you can find your Steve Summers swag at, overnightdriveradio.com. Has all your Steve Summers swag all the way from, Steve, do we sell toboggans or Scullies? You know, I believe we do. I know we sell trucker hats. We sell the shirts. We sell Hot Shots product from that website. Also, the greatest deal, the 50-cent stickers. 50 cent stickers, God's children. Oh, shout out to Jim and Dan also. And Dan, I love you, brother. I saw your post, and I love you, man. And I love everyone out there. And I want everyone just to have a great weekend. I'm only going to work one day next week, and then I'm off the whole week. Mrs. Rambler, she's turning 50. I'll just go ahead and just broadcast it. She's turning 50 on August 29th. So word has it she wants a new Keurig, and she wants a new Stanley. So yeah, I'll be going and getting that, a Stanley and a Keurig. But y'all don't call her and tell her. It's supposed to be a surprise, you know. But I'm gonna be looking forward. I'll work Monday next week, and I'm off the whole week, and I'll come back to work September the 2nd. Be that Monday after Tuesday after Labor Day. So if y'all call me, I don't answer the phone, that means, hey, Steve, I'm actually in bed asleep, which is a good thing.
Gotcha.
But everyone have a great... I'm sorry, go ahead, sir.
Oh, I was saying that's great. So, well, I'll call you at 3 a.m.
You know, Steve, God's honest truth, if you was to call me, I would actually answer it, because there's probably something going on with one of our listeners that something going on that they need prayer for. And I would actually wake up and answer that. I really would. You know, for you, I would. Anyway, anyone else, I'm going to choke you. No, I wouldn't dare. But everyone, have a great weekend. Come by and please see us. You know, we're not going to discriminate against you. We just want you to come on and just have. And by the way, Lee Timmons, we're going to sing Amazing Grace this weekend. We sang the song. We're going to sing Amazing Grace this weekend for you, too. And if you want some of your old songs sang, just let me know. We'll sing it for you. Like I said, old songs, because a lot of the new songs, my voice won't hold up to it. Anyways, you want to hear your dogs howl? Let me start singing. They'll bark at the moon, as Ozzy Osbourne sang. Anyways, God's children, we love you, and I'll leave you with this, and that is love. Love is more than just a four-letter word. It's something you have to do. It's something you have to enact. And if Jesus can love you, he does. Oh, Brother Rambler loves you, and I do. And y'all have a great weekend. I'll see you Monday. Bye now.
Thinking about becoming your own boss? Transport Enterprise Leasing makes it easy with new trucks, 24/7 maintenance support, and now you can save right from the start. Use promo code OVERNIGHT100 to get $100 off your first lease payments. Call Tell today at 866-404-6289 or visit tell360.com and take the first step toward owning your success. Looking to stretch every mile and every dollar? Go with Speedmax tires, designed specifically for U.S. roads and built tough for long hauls. With a best-in-class mileage-to-cost ratio, you'll get more miles, fewer swaps, and more money in your pocket. Built strong, priced smart. That's Speedmax. Speedmax, built for the long haul, priced for the smart hauler. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com.
Hello, Big T here with Diesel Power Group. Listen, if your truck's in a repair center and you think it's being misdiagnosed or worse, being overcharged for an overhaul or an engine replacement, you need to stop and call Diesel Power Group now. Allow us to build the DPG solution that is right for you, not the repair center. We have over 4 decades in engine remanufacturing experience and specialize in Caterpillar, Cummins, Detroit, Mack, International, and John Deere. DPG offers an industry-leading warranty and turnaround times. We want to earn your trust every day. Don't believe us? Challenge us today by calling 574-594-5888 or visit us at dieselpowergroup.com and follow us on Instagram and Facebook. We are available 24/7. Mention code 374 and receive a $200 rebate towards your major failure repair.
Here on a Friday, I do believe Eagle had a couple other tidbits on his mind. What you got for us, Eagle? Welcome back.
Yeah. Okay, yeah, I missed it last time. Yeah, I got a couple of things to say about a situation with Vladimir Putin and Trump. But I wanted to make one quick comment about NASCAR. They racing anybody that's interested. They in Daytona this weekend. They're not racing on Saturday. Sunday is going to be on Saturday. I just found that out tonight. I was going to try to watch the race on Sunday. I thought, look like it's going to be tomorrow. Well, Saturday is, I think it's nighttime race. I think it's scheduled to start at 6:30 or something Eastern time. So it's going to be a nighttime race at the light. So yeah, definitely be watching that on Saturday night once I get to the truck stop. See, because that's the final race before the cutoff for to see who's gonna get in the chase. So it should be an interesting race. The guy's gonna be going all out to try to get that last spot in the chase, so it could be a big accident in the race at some point. Okay, now, Steve, now, man, it's obvious now. I knew, a lot of people were trying to give Putin the benefit of the doubt. I knew the guy was no good and couldn't be trusted. After what happened last week on Friday when he met with Trump, a lot of people thought some good things came out of it, and then they rescheduled the meeting for Zelensky. Okay, but some more bad news came out yesterday. And whether he did it on purpose or whether it was a mistake or not, Steve, they said that Vladimir Putin hit a U.S.-owned business in Ukraine, a strike on a U.S.-owned business out of Austin, Texas, they say, manufacturer or whatever the hell it is. Now, you can't be doing that if he's supposed to be negotiating. If Trump is trying to help this man negotiate a deal to get this war over with, what the hell is he doing? What the hell is he doing striking a U.S. property in Ukraine? Something is not right. Something is not right adding up with Vladimir Putin. I think that Donald Trump should have came down with the sanctions on this guy. This guy here, I told you that before the meeting on Friday. I really believe that Putin, the only reason he showed up on Friday, because it's real funny, like I told you, and a lot of other people saw the same thing. It's real funny how when the sanctions were due to take effect, all of a sudden he's ready to come to the table. This guy's trying to buy time, trying to avoid those sanctions. That's what he's trying to do. He has no intention of ending the war. Let me ask you something, Steve. They even said at some point on Friday, when Donald Trump was meeting with Putin, that he was still having strikes in Ukraine. Now, how can you say that you want to actually have a ceasefire, or you want to have a termination of the action when you're at a table trying to talk to Trump and you still got your people firing in the Ukraine? Can you explain that?
He showed no interest in a ceasefire. He said he's going to continue to fight until a peace deal. But I'm beginning to feel more and more like you're correct, that he's just trying to draw things out to not get the sanctions slapped on him. I guess last I heard yesterday, Trump said within 2 weeks we're going to know, and I guess he's talking about putting the sanction on, but that's going to give him 2 more weeks.
Yeah, he needs to put them on. He needs to put the sanctions on this guy now. That's the only way. That's the only way Putin is going to stop his actions. He's the type of person that you have to have action with this guy. You can't just keep saying every two weeks that if you don't behave, if you don't improve your behavior, we're gonna do this. No, you got to do this immediately, because Putin. Because like I said, now they're trying to schedule a meeting between him and Zelensky, which like I told you last week, I got to see that to believe it. They claim it could take place in 2 weeks, maybe in Budapest, from one of the destinations that I heard. I don't know, Budapest. I don't know if that's going to happen or not, but like I said, it needs to happen real soon. We need to get this war over with. Too many people are losing their lives. A lot of money is being spent, and like I say, whether you have a ceasefire or a peace agreement, something's got to come to head in the next couple of weeks, because it's looking real bad.
The clock continues to tick, right? Operate under your own authority and choose your carrier. Tel gives you the freedom to run your business your way. Visit tel360.com.
With Transport Enterprise Leasing, you're in the driver's seat, literally. Choose your carrier or operate under your own authority and drive a truck that works as hard as you do. Ready to roll? Use promo code OVERNIGHT100 and get $100 off your first lease payment. Call Tel now at 866-404-6289. That's 866-404-6289. And let's get you on the road to ownership.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator.
Stiction, that sticky friction, undermines the performance of diesel engines and is difficult to remove from the oil system. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator is a powerful synthetic cleaner that targets stiction, contains no harmful solvents, and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive. Our proprietary carbon nano lubricant is blended with Stiction Eliminator, filling in microscopic irregularities inside your engine, providing a smoother surface for enhanced lubricity, reducing friction and wear. Third-party ASTM testing verifies that Stiction Eliminator removes 2 times as much stiction than any alternative on the retail shelf. Use Stiction Eliminator to solve an existing problem or as a preventative maintenance.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Truckers, meet the SpeedMax Pro Max, the tire built for serious hauls and serious peace of mind. With rugged construction and performance you can count on, Pro Max is made for the long road ahead. And here's the best part. It comes with an 8-year warranty. That's right, 8 years of confidence, mile after mile. Ask SpeedMax. Drive far. Drive strong. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. Officials say reports of an active shooter on the campus of Villanova University was a hoax.
There was a call that came in around 4:30 this afternoon to law enforcement and 911 center saying that there was an active shooter in the building, in the law school building, and that there was a victim, at least one victim, who was wounded. That has turned out not to be true.
Delaware County District Attorney Jack Solsteimer, school president Reverend Peter Donahue, emailed students less than 2 hours after the alert, calling it a cruel hoax. So far, no word on who was responsible. Law enforcement is investigating that. The district attorney called the hoax a crime and says they will track down whoever it was. Long Island is seeing massive waves, coastal flooding, and strong winds as Hurricane Erin churns northeast through the Atlantic. These folks are among the dozens who gathered at Smith Point Beach to watch Mother Nature's wrath.
It's something you just stare at and just enjoy. It's like a giant washing machine.
I just love the sound. It's calming.
If you want to meet your creator, go in the water right now.
Swimming is banned at all Suffolk County beaches through Saturday. Erosion, storm surge, and flooding are especially of concern along South Shore locations like Montauk, Fire Island, and Southampton. Crews are ready with thousands of cubic yards of sand in the event of beach erosion. Russia's foreign minister says Moscow must be a part of any international talks on Ukrainian security following the war.
European leaders are discussing ways to protect Ukraine after the Russian invasion comes to an end. President Trump called for security guarantees as part of any deal to end the war. Wednesday, Russian Foreign Minister Sergei Lavrov called the European talks a clumsy effort to sway Trump and said discussing security guarantees without Russia was a road to nowhere. Russia has also said it would not accept the deployment of European forces to Ukraine. John Sommers, USA Radio News.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
If you want 5 free classic radio shows to add to your library or listen to them anytime you'd like, just go to 100radioshows.com. There's 5 shows waiting for you. Fibber, McGee and Molly, Suspense, Jack Benny, Gunsmoke, and Richard Diamond, Private Detective. They're yours free. Just put your email in. We'll send you an email with 5 links. The links never expire. The shows sound amazing. They're yours as our gift. At that site, 100radioshows.com, there are hundreds and hundreds of additional classic radio shows for purchase. If you decide to buy any of those shows, use the promo code
radio.
That's right. Use the promo
secret
code
word is
radio. If you do that, you'll save 70% on your order. Now, that's done at checkout. Make sure you put the promo code in, save 70%. Get some free classic radio shows at 100radioshows.com, at 100radioshows.com.
A Los Angeles jury awards $3.5 million to a protester injured during a demonstration.
Selin Gluck says he was hit in the face by a rubber bullet fired by a sheriff's deputy during a George Floyd protest in 2020. County prosecutors argued Gluck's injuries were a result of his own unlawful acts and willful resistance to a peace officer. Gluck says he and his daughter were returning to their car after getting some food and were trying to help an injured protester when he was hit. I'm Jim Roop.
The FDA is warning about eating certain great value raw frozen frozen shrimp.
The agency issued the warning after Customs and Border Protection alerted the agency about possible cesium-137 contamination. It's a radioactive isotope from shipping containers. Frozen shrimp from the distributor has tested positive. The product is sold at Walmart stores in more than a dozen states. I'm Mark Mayfield.
Christian leader and former presidential advisor Dr. James Dobson, dead at 89.
The Dr. James Dobson Family Institute confirmed his death in an announcement on Thursday and said he will be remembered as a mentor, a counselor, and a steady voice of truth in turbulent times. Dobson founded Focus on the Family Christian Ministry in 1977, and he is widely regarded as one of the most influential evangelical leaders of the past half-century. Under Dobson's leadership, the ministry's daily radio program was carried on more than 4,000 stations across North America, with broadcasts translated into 27 languages and distributed in over 160 countries. I'm Monica Nelson.
And I'm Anthony Lucero, USA Radio News.
Good morning, guys. I just want to warn you, traffic is tough out there.
We are here for you to tell you how to keep safe.
Everybody who is listening needs to take cover as soon as they can.
To provide the music, talk, and sports you love. And to deliver the news that matters to you. We are the voices you can trust. We are live and local. We are America's broadcasters. Text radio to 52886 and tell Congress you depend on your local radio stations.
Message and data rates may apply. You may receive up to 4 messages a month.
This message furnished by the National Association of Broadcasters.
Looking to stretch every mile and every dollar? Go with Speedmax tires. Designed specifically for U.S. roads and built tough for long hauls. With a best-in-class mileage-to-cost ratio, you'll get more miles, fewer swaps, and more money in your pocket. Built strong, priced smart. That's Speedmax. Speedmax, built for the long haul, priced for the smart hauler. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com. TEL's independent owner-operator program gives you the power to operate under your own authority or choose the carrier you want to run for. Drive a new truck with full factory warranties, solo or team. TEL has a lease that fits your business. Call us at 866-404-6289 or visit tel360.com and use promo code overnight100.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
All right, get that final hour underway here on a casual Friday. So I guess we got to talk a little bit about what's going on in the world of sports. I don't know if you were with us earlier, but we had the prognosticator of prognosticators, Big Ed and the Grump, and they were actually giving your Big Orange some accolades, trying to alluding to the fact that they think Tennessee might be one to contend with this season. What do you think?
No.
No?
I'm going to be honest. I love my Vols. I don't think they're going to have it this year.
Huh.
Really, the teams you're going to have to watch is Ohio State. Yes, Rick Friend and all those people up there. And bad as I hate to say it, the Gators. The Gators are going to be the sleeping giant for the SEC. I really do think they're going to do something this year. And I'm not saying it because Dingbat paid me off in 1995 payments, but when you really look at their line, offensive, defense, and their schedule, they got a pretty tough schedule this year. Now, whether or not they could pull it off is one thing, because they've got that quarterback. I can't think of his dadgum name. I'm not anywhere near my computer right now, but he has really shown signs during the spring and summer practices and scrimmages. And if things hold out and he has a season like he was starting to have last season, I don't see anywhere but the Gators to go is at the top. We lost the whole Nico, I am a loser, or I am a leaving, or whatever his last name was, to USC, UCLA, but we got the quarterback from UCLA, and I can't think of his name either. So, realistically, it's going to be an interesting watch to see, because now you've got Michigan, whose coach is on suspension from the NCAA with a fine of $35 million. So, and it's funny how they're like, okay, well, you get to pick your two games you want to miss. Oh, you want cupcake team and cupcake team. No, I want to see the hard team and the hard team. Give it to me straight. But I really do think Oklahoma might make some noise this year. Texas, Texas to me, I think is overrated. I mean, how in the world they got a number one ranking is beyond me. I mean, it's the first time ever they've had in the 100 years that they've ever had a number one ranking. But you know what? Let the smack talk begin, because next week it all begins, Steve.
Big Ed picked Penn State to go all the way this year. The Grump picked an Ohio State repeat. What do you think?
Ooh. Those are good. Those are really good. But I tell you what I'll do. I'll call you Monday morning with who I think is going to go all the way. And I'm going to be fair about this. There's no bias because Rambler's not paid me off yet. His check still hasn't come in the mail yet.
Uh-huh.
And so, and I know wait. I better do it for free because he took that pay cut at O'Reilly. So, you know, the O'Reilly sponsorship for NASCAR folks. If you weren't paying attention the other night.
Yeah.
So let me get this weekend. I'll tell you who I think is going to go all the way this year.
Sounds good.
All right. But yeah, Rambler was talking about Humpy Wheeler. Humpy Wheeler, he came up with the idea. He was brilliant. Brilliant marketer, brilliant spokesperson, you know, brilliant. And I don't know if you're aware of this or not, because I know this may be a short little hop for you in the car, but Charlotte Motor Speedway, from I think it's the week before Thanksgiving all the way up to the first of the year, they turned the whole infield into one of those drive-through Christmas light shows. You know what I'm saying, right?
Mm-hmm. Right. Mm-hmm.
And I think it's a donation, a food donation to the local food bank down there. And they said they got people lined up for miles just trying to get in. It's so nice, and it's so good. So if you're in that Charlotte area around the holidays, take your trip over there and take you some video, because I've seen some of the videos on it. It looks pretty nice too, Steve. But,
okay.
But yeah, like Eagle said, Daytona's coming up this weekend. You know, might as well bring out your dartboard and start throwing darts to the dartboard. Because, like you said, it's time. It's do or die time for those teams that's below the cut line, and you're going to see a lot of pushing and shoving and beating and banging. Not so much from the teams at the top of the field. You know, the Hamlin, the Larson, etc. You're going to see a lot of the ones from, say, Kyle Busch, Ty Dillon, those guys trying to make a run in. Mm-hmm. But I'll tell you one thing, though, and I want to watch this guy closely, is that Ryan Preece. Now, remember back in the spring when we had the Daytona 500, he was really up there, really competitive, and then all of a sudden got taken out towards the end of the race. I think maybe he might actually take it. If he has the same kind of hot rod that he had in the spring, he's got a good shot. And it wouldn't surprise me at all, too, Steve. But
so normally,
no, you were talking about NBC and the.
I'm sorry, I had a question for you. I mean, normally when you have, because Daytona's going to be under the lights, and so that's what they call a day to night race. The sun's up, the track's hotter, sun's going down, Seth, and cars change. You know, the good guys at the beginning begin to fall, but. Mm-hmm. Being the Daytona, does that track really have any influence when it goes day to night?
Yeah.
Do they?
When the teams set up the cars, they generally try to set it up more for the nighttime because they're not going to have a whole lot of the daylight left. It's not like doing this at Charlotte where they start the race at 6 o'clock and here it is 8:30. The sun's going down. the sun's going down over there, about 7:30, if I'm thinking right? Maybe you could help me out with the sunset times. But generally, you're only going to have an hour to an hour and a half of daylight on the track. And as it cools down, yes, you're going to pick up grip. Yes, you're going to pick up speed. But the teams will tend to more set that car up for the nighttime side of it.
Okay.
And also to remember one thing, Steve. It's not where you start; it's where you finish.
That's
Daytona,
always.
Like, it can get wild, and it's going to get wild this weekend. So let me switch gears to baseball. Now, you were talking earlier on the way in as the dingbat was kicking me out of the whole NBC picking up Major League Baseball for 3 years.
Are we going to have to pay for 3 different subscriptions to be able to watch baseball next year?
I don't know about 3 different subscriptions because you said it was Peacock, NBC, and what was the other one?
Netflix.
Yeah, you're going to have to do that. Now, if I think right, and don't hold me to this, I think if you go to MLB has their own little app or streaming service or whatnot in their app. You should be able to get all the games there, but I'm thinking it was like $150 a year, which is not bad. I'll pay $150 for a year because I don't get to watch just a team. I get to watch whatever team I want, whenever I want, spring training games, whatever. So yeah, I really think it's going to really benefit NBC because you're going to have all those. I think I saw a graphic a few days ago. The Denver Nuggets are doing their own same thing like this, and they spread it out over 4 different streaming services. And I think they said that it was like $1,000, $800 or $1,000 for the season, because they'll have this game on this network, but the next game on a different network, and the next game on a different network. I mean, you see where this is going. So you got to buy in. But me personally, as far as baseball, I'd rather listen to it on the old radio. I'd rather listen to Ozzie Smith and, oh, Lord, I can't think of the other guys' names up there on the Cardinals radio network. Just listen to those games. I get, I save a little money because I'm learning off you being a cheapskate. But I think it was coming. ESPN has been slowly pulling back on a lot of the sports. I mean, I don't know if you can help me out, but for the longest time I can remember, ESPN has always held a Sunday night baseball game, always, and some form of baseball games throughout the week. I don't know what the shift is at Disney, NBC, not Disney, NBC, but Disney and ESPN to pull back on that and focus more on women's gymnastics. Not saying there's nothing wrong with that, but please don't send me hate mail. There's nothing wrong with women's gymnastics. It's just when it's prime time on Sunday night, I'd rather see, the Yankees and the Reds get their butt clobbered.
Hey.
Oh, sorry, Rick. Never mind. But I would rather see that matchup. I really would. I mean, and they've had some good matchups here lately on the Sunday night games. So. But we'll see how everything works out, Steve. So what's your plans for the weekend there, buddy?
Let me see. I'm sure. I think I got a little faucet repair. That should be fun.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. There goes about 8 hours.
It should be a 30-minute job, but you're right. It'll turn into an 8-hour. I'll break something when I'm in the process of trying to take the old one out, right?
Mm-hmm. 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 That's how it always goes. We just chalk it up to 8 hours, okay?
And I'm sure the princess will have me taking her out to eat somewhere. I don't know. Maybe she'll want to go to Cracker Barrel. All this Cracker Barrel attention,
Speaking of Cracker Barrel, that was one of the things that crossed my mind. Have you noticed something about Cracker Barrel in that the size have gotten smaller? Have you noticed that, or just me? Like everything has gotten smaller.
Yeah, maybe that's how they're keeping their prices down.
Well, keeping the food down is the main thing. That I don't really like Cracker Barrel. I'm like you, because we got a couple home cooking places here in town, and they'll put Cracker Barrel to shame. And I'd rather go across the river than to go to the Cracker Barrel here. But the little mom and pop restaurants, But Steve, I'm gonna have to be doing that nasty 4-letter word this weekend, Steve. And you have a good weekend.
Well, working. All right. Well, thanks for checking in. All right. Thank you much. Brain Dead, 844-844-3388.
With Transport Enterprise Leasing, you're in the driver's seat, literally. Choose your carrier or operate under your own authority and drive a truck that works as hard as you do. Ready to roll? Use promo code OVERNIGHT100 and get $100 off your first lease payment. Call Tell now at 866-404-6289. That's 866-404-6289. And let's get you on the road to ownership.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator.
Stiction, that sticky friction, undermines the performance of diesel engines and is difficult to remove from the oil system. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator is a powerful synthetic cleaner that targets stiction, contains no harmful solvents, and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive. Our proprietary carbon nano lubricant is blended with Stiction Eliminator, filling in microscopic irregularities inside your engine, providing a smoother surface for enhanced lubricity, reducing friction and wear. Third-party ASTM testing verifies that Stiction Eliminator removes 2 times as much stiction than any alternative on the retail shelf. Use Stiction Eliminator to solve an existing problem or as a preventative maintenance.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator. Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Truckers, meet the SpeedMax Pro Max, the tire built for serious hauls and serious peace of mind. With rugged construction and performance you can count on, Pro Max is made for the long road ahead. And here's the best part. It comes with an 8-year warranty. That's right, 8 years of confidence, mile after mile. Ask SpeedMax. Drive far. Drive strong. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com.
All righty, where do we leave off there? 21 past the hour. Eagle had brought up Putin, Zelensky, and he was correct. I don't know, they're paying any attention about what we're bombing, what we're not. It was the overnight strikes, I guess, Wednesday night into Thursday morning. They hit something known as the Flex Electronics Factory. Flex Ltd. is a Singaporean-American multinational manufacturing company, actually founded in the Silicon Valley in 1969. One of the first U.S. service manufacturers to offshore, opening a facility in Singapore. Now, the future of Ukraine, of course, coming into sharper focus. We've seen the meetings 1 week ago today, the president sitting down with Putin. So a whole week has now passed, and this past day, President Trump said he thinks he'll know within 2 weeks whether a peace treaty can be reached or not. Now, he said, I'll let you know about, I would say within 2 weeks. We're going to know one way or the other. After that, we'll have to maybe take a different tack, a.k.a. sanction time. We'll see, but we'll know pretty soon, he said. He didn't elaborate on the significance of the timeline. We know, as the latest meetings, European leaders, Zelensky over here on Monday of this week. It is 844-844-3388. It is a Friday, and there's Peppy. What's happening, Peppy?
Oh, Steve. Rolling squares, getting ready for the weekend. Man, Steve, I don't know if I'm on this bandwagon where Putin's just trying to stall the sanctions. I mean, how long is he going to stall them, Steve? Well, a week, 2 weeks, 3 weeks? I mean, it just kind of doesn't make sense to me, to be honest. If he wants the sanctions not to be imposed, just make a deal, right?
Correct.
That's one way to not get them imposed. Eagle talked about this American company getting hit, and, if we're trying to make a deal, why would he do that? Steve, did you hear about the Ukrainians attacking Russia the night before Putin came into Alaska? You don't hear about the things that Ukrainians do. Actually, let's clarify this. The United States does. See, the Ukrainians do not have the ability to launch these sophisticated missiles and attack Moscow, right?
Mm-hmm.
The United States that allows that to happen. We furnish, in layman's terms, I guess, the coordinates for all this to happen, make the ability to happen with the satellites and whatnot. Stephen, it wouldn't surprise me a bit. We talked about false flags. I wouldn't put it past them one bit to take an artillery gun. Let's just turn that turret 90 degrees, blow up this daggone American factory. Boy, that sure is going to make it look bad, isn't it?
Okay.
Wouldn't put it past them. Wouldn't put it past them, Steve, I'm telling you. You remember when the war first broke out and Brzezinski came to the United States and how they, Steve, this was the most corrupt country almost on the planet. And look how the United States was in bed with this country, the government. I'm talking about the people now. All crooked as hell. A lot of them are Russians. But it's funny you don't hear about that, Steve. It's because the media don't want you to hear about it. Steve, just like the media don't want to talk about that truck driver that killed them people down in Florida with a California driver's license. Did you get that email?
Yes, I did.
Screenshot?
I can't believe that. Not 1 minute on ABC, NBC, CBS.
1 second.
I know Fox has been doing all kinds of interviews and had Duffy on, and they're talking a lot about it, but none of the mainstream, huh?
Not 1 second.
Wow.
Not 1 second. ABC, CBS, NBC, none of them have any story on this because they don't want you to know. Because they will lie to you. That's no different lying.
It looks bad for the immigration scenario. It looks bad because they covered up for Biden for 4 years. They don't want to make it look like they had anything to do with. They're contributing to people dying in this country at the hands of illegals.
It's like they don't want Ukraine to look bad. It's all a big game, Steve. Man, Vic could probably knows more about this, but when the USSR fell, 1991, maybe earlier than that. I don't. Maybe when the hell did they tear down that wall, man? I can't remember what year it was, Steve. I think it was late '80s or early '90s. Anyway, that's when Ukraine separated from Russia. Putin thinks it would it was kind of done illegally, so to speak. And let's don't forget, 2 weeks before Putin did attack, we had cackles over in Europe saying how they wanted Ukraine to become part of NATO.
Right, and that was a line in the sand. Hey, hold the thought there. For 2 decades, Transport Enterprise Leasing has helped owner-operators grow their business with trusted leasing and financing options. Learn more at tell360.com.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. Federal Reserve officials are concerned over tariffs, inflation, and labor markets.
Recently released minutes from the Fed's July meeting show a divided board after 2 governors voted against the decision to hold rates steady, marking the first time multiple governors rejected a rate decision in more than 30 years. The governors noted rising threats to the economy that would warrant monitoring, as well as the possibility of facing difficult trade-offs due to more persistent inflation and a weakened labor market. I'm Tammy Trujillo.
President Trump is giving praise to Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu for being a war hero.
During an interview, the president referred to the prime minister as a good man who is fighting for Israel. Trump said he's a war hero because we worked together. While the president praised Netanyahu, he also took aim at attempts to jail the prime minister, as the International Criminal Court has issued an arrest warrant accusing him of war crimes. I'm Mark Mayfield.
I'm Kristen Marks.
From America's News Network USA Radio News.
Hey, I'm Brant, and her name is Sherry.
Hello.
She's a friend of mine whom we were just praying for because of a surgery she just went through.
Yes, and I am very happy about something you actually talk about all the time, which is
Medishare.
That is right.
Yeah. So what was your experience like with Medishare and the healthcare bills?
Honestly, Brant, seamless. And what a blessing that is when you're already nervous about a health issue, which I was.
Yeah.
Members shared my expenses. There were 0 problems. And let me tell you, having people pray with you when you call in with your need, that is just...
It is refreshing.
Yes, that's what it is.
What I keep telling people love Medishare, and they love saving money. A typical family can save $500 a month.
I am very thankful for Medishare. It is so different, and I mean different in a very, very good way.
It is good different. Call now. They're easy to talk to, and you can get a price within 2 minutes. Call 855-SHARE-40. That's 855-SHARE-40. 855-SHARE-40.
Thinking about becoming your own boss? Transport Enterprise Leasing makes it easy with new trucks, 24/7 maintenance support, and now you can save right from the start. Use promo code OVERNIGHT100 to get $100 off your first lease payments. Call TELL today at 866-404-6289 or visit tell360.com and take the first step toward owning your success.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
stiction.
Engine oil can break down under extreme heat, leaving behind varnish, a carbon-based deposit that creates drag on the engine's moving parts. This sticky friction is stiction. Symptoms include a rough idle and the loss of fuel economy and performance. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator is formulated to be left in the engine. It works as you drive.
Stiction Eliminator is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
Looking to stretch every mile and every dollar? Go with Speedmax tires, designed specifically for U.S. roads and built tough for long hauls. With a best-in-class mileage-to-cost ratio, you'll get more miles, fewer swaps, and more money in your pocket. Built strong, priced smart. That's Speedmax. Speedmax, built for the long haul, priced for the smart hauler. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com. We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout.
Hello, Big T here with Diesel Power Group. Listen, if your truck's in a repair center and you think it's being misdiagnosed or worse, being overcharged for an overhaul or an engine replacement, you need to stop and call Diesel Power Group now. Allow us to build the DPG solution that is right for you, not the repair center. We have over 4 decades in engine remanufacturing experience and specialize in Caterpillar, Cummins, Detroit, Mack, International, and John Deere. DPG offers an industry-leading warranty and turnaround times. We want to earn your trust every day. Don't believe us? Challenge us today by calling 574-594-5888 or visit us at dieselpowergroup.com and follow us on Instagram and Facebook. We are available 24/7. Mention code 374 and receive a $200 rebate towards your major failure repair.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Alrighty, we're kind of heading down the home stretch. As Rick likes to say, round and third, headed for home. Indeed, here on a Friday. Hey, by the way, Semper Fi from Truck and Phil this morning. Happy Casual Friday. Good morning, Mr. Sommers, the Hot Shot Secret Nation, and the great product of Staybill. 63 with a high of 79, Fort Wayne. They start off at 59 with a high close to 80, Newaygo, Michigan. Hey, a big shout out to the Knucklebuster. Roll on. Have a great weekend, everyone. Made it to the farmers market Thursday afternoon after clocking out. They had sweet corn, watermelon out of Indiana, cantaloupe out of green beans. All right. Maybe some more next week. And they were out of cucumbers. Said they'll be ready again next week. Season is soon coming to an end. I think typically we got the Burwinkles around the corner. I think they wrap things up Labor Day weekend or the day before. So, I mean, the weekend. So maybe this or next weekend's going to be wrapping things up for the farmers market. All right, welcome back, Pappy.
Thanks, Steve. Steve, I just think we're having the wool pull over our eyes, man. I'm telling you, I think the globalists wanted this war with Russia. They knew what buttons they could push to make it happen. Just like the first Gulf War. Remember the first Gulf War?
Yes. Mm-hmm.
They went into Kuwait, right? And we all knew it was because of oil, Steve. That's why we went in there. But what did the Bush administration do to con the American people and get major support to go into Kuwait? Remember that young lady that came out and testified that there was babies being taken out of incubators by Iraqi soldiers and laid on the floor to die? You remember that scandal?
That one doesn't really ring a bell. I mean, my memory was the whole Kuwait thing was what they were like slant drilling, getting oil from Kuwait and stealing it or something. Isn't that what started it?
Well, yeah. I mean, Saddam Hussein, right, went into Kuwait, pretty much took it over. He wanted their oil. And, well, we just couldn't have that, Steve, right? So they wanted to go in and force him out. And I'm not saying at the time it shouldn't have happened, but what I'm saying is I remember distinctly that Bush was trying to get the American people rallied up, right? Get the American people's support to go in to do this. And they had that girl's, I don't know, call it a news conference or whatever it was, come out and talk about these babies being taken out of the hospital, out in incubators, and left on the floor to die. And the American people rallied. Oh, my God, that's horrific. Come to find out, it was false. Totally fake. The CIA had this girl lie to the world. Actually gave her acting lessons. She did a pretty good job. He used to be the director of the CIA, Steve, back in the day. Old George W. Bush. Yes, sir. Old George W. Bush. Sir. Steve, also we got them biolabs in Ukraine. Oh, we can't have Russia getting in there and finding out what's going on with these biolabs. Like what was going on in China.
Right.
I mean, the government admitted, Steve, they came out and admitted, it was about, a year after the war started, 6 months, that yes, okay, we do got some biolabs in Ukraine, of all places, right? See, why we got all these biolabs around the world in places that we probably shouldn't?
In countries.
It's because doing this gain of function is illegal in the United States. So what do? Well, since Ukraine's so corrupt, we'll just stick it in Ukraine. They'll deal with us. They'll let us do what we want to do. We'll pay them off. I was watching the War Room, and I didn't actually see the papers, okay, but there were several people talking about the EU. And the EU came out several years ago with a war plan. In this war plan, they talk about a 20-year war with Russia. A 20-year conventional war with Russia, that it would cause Russia to go bankrupt. They would take over Russia and split it up into 5 territories amongst the European nations because of their rich minerals and everything they got there. That's what they're saying.
Wow.
They're claiming it's on paper that they weren't trying to hide this. It's because Europe is in shambles. You look at Germany economy, everything going on over in Europe, Steve, they're in bad shape, man. You know? And what do they do usually to get out of that? Well, the problem with this theory is, Steve, that Russia has nuclear weapons, man. Come on, people. So, Steve, I'm leaning towards old Pappy's daggone, globalist talk again.
Yeah.
That these globalists want this war. They don't want it to stop. They want this thing to continue on. So we'll see we'll just see what happens. We got, we knew these talks. It wasn't going to, come Friday when Putin landed in Alaska, it ain't like this was, okay, deal's done. We knew this was going to take several weeks to a month to hash this out. I say give it till the end of November, probably by Thanksgiving, Steve. We're going to know whether there's peace or Russia is going to take over Ukraine, man. It's that simple if they don't play ball. And that's really going to give the European Union reason to really crank things up big time. I don't want no part of it. I don't think this country should have any part of it. And I think that's what Trump's getting at. We're either going to come up with a deal or we're pulling out. Just ain't no missiles get launched into Russia without the help of the United States. It just doesn't happen. All right, bud. Took enough of your time. I appreciate it. Everybody, be safe this weekend. Keep an eye on the news. Hopefully this thing will get resolved.
All right.
Maybe both people will come to their senses.
1 week ago this morning, I was thinking, I was feeling pretty confident something was going to get done. And now a week later, I'm beginning to feel more and more like this is just going to go dragging on and on. Well, a couple of weeks ago, we were talking about the mutant rabbits? Yeah, the rabbits with horn-like features growing out of their faces. Then there's been mutant squirrels. Now it's the mutant deer. The latest animals roaming around with gross, pus-filled boils. Pictures, strange clusters of blisters on their flesh. Being uploaded to social media across the country. The bubbles have been sprouting all over the animals' bodies, pulling them from the shape of their legs to the face. Over the past couple of months, wildlife watchers have documented some unsettling cases in New York, Pennsylvania, Wisconsin. Officials were quick to identify the condition, though, as what they call deer cutaneous fibroma, better known as deer warts, caused by a virus that spreads between the deer. Experts have warned of an outbreak this summer. It is often spread by disease-carrying insects like mosquitoes and ticks. They pass on the virus, transferring the blood of infected animals into the healthy animals. The disease-carrying insects breed in warm weather, which is why there are more wart-ridden deer in the summertime. Washington Department of Fish and Wildlife said pamplomas are most frequently seen during the late summer into the fall, probably due to the increased biting insect activity that time of year. Yeah, deer not the only mutated animals. We've had the plague of the zombie squirrels. People's backyards, squirrels spotted sporting the same grim warts as the deer. And some individuals completely coated in unsightly growths around their heads and their limbs. Squirrels have also been seen covered with those ghastly tumors. Scientists say the furry creatures are suffering from squirrel fibromatosis, a skin condition that's caused by leprovirus, which can spread through direct contact between healthy squirrels and the lesions or saliva on those that are infected. Apparently, that virus is from the same family as the one that infect humans, known as the pamploma virus. See what's going on with the blind man? Morning, blind man. Happy Friday.
Happy Friday to you, too. I wonder if Donald Trump enjoyed his walk in the district last night. I haven't heard anything about that. I'll be tuning in to WMAL at 5 o'clock to hear what's going on. But he was scheduled to go through the district last night. So I'll probably hear more about it on WMAL at 5. About that mayor of Boston, Wu, has she been arrested yet, or is she still running her mouth?
She hasn't been arrested, but we did hear someone from Immigrations and Customs Enforcement. It wasn't Tom Homan, but said they're going to be I guess they're going to saturate Baltimore, or Boston rather, with ICE agents.
That's good, because that's one of the worst cities from what I heard. Baltimore needs help, too. My friend Nick is complaining that Washington's getting all the help. When are they going to help Baltimore? And I said, you guys got to scream loud about it.
Yeah.
Maybe help will come.
Well, 24 hours ago, we were talking about that mayor there, and it was Todd Lyons. He's the acting Immigrations and Customs Director, says he's going to flood the city of Boston with agents after the mayor there continued her defiant stance against supporting government immigration policies. So,
well, she needs to be arrested as an example. And I wonder if ICE has the kahunas to do it. Arrest these people that are breaking the law. I don't care if it's the governor from one state that's doing this, or the mayor of Boston, for example. Arrest these people.
Well, they are interfering, right, with federal law enforcement, with the federal agents. So, yeah. And we were talking last evening about the Mayor Wu there, Michelle Wu, who wrote to the Attorney General Bondi that Boston will never back down from being a beacon of freedom and home for everyone. Boston supports some federal immigration enforcement, but not at the level the Trump administration wants to see happen. So Todd Lyons says, and now you're going to see more ICE agents come to Boston to make sure that we take these public safety threats out that Mayor Wu wants to let go back into the community. The ICE director said he will be sending additional enforcement agents. We're definitely going to flood the zone, as he put it, especially in sanctuary jurisdictions and obviously Boston. Lyons said some people have yet to sort out the difference between sanctuary and safe. Sanctuary does not mean safer streets. It means more criminal aliens out in the neighborhood. It is 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Ready to take the wheel of your future? With Transport Enterprise Leasing, you could start for just $500 down. Get new equipment, expert support, and a path to ownership, all with one of the lowest upfront costs in the industry. Whether you're starting out or leveling up, TEL is here to help you succeed. Visit tel360.com or call 866-404-6289. Use promo code OVERNIGHT100 to get rolling today.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
stiction.
Found throughout the oil system, stiction is the sticky friction that negatively impacts your engine's ability to function at an optimal level. The molecular structure of oil is a hydrocarbon. The engine's extreme heat, tight tolerances, and high pressure cause the oil to break down and release hydrogen, leaving behind varnish, a carbon-based deposit. The varnish clings to the engine's moving parts, creating drag on the turbocharger, oil pump, and pistons. Symptoms of stiction include a rough idle and the loss of fuel economy and performance. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator delivers a 98% clean rating in third-party scrub tests. Its synthetic cleaner plus nano lubricant contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Stiction Eliminator is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Truckers, meet the SpeedMax Pro Max, the tire built for serious hauls and serious peace of mind. With rugged construction and performance you can count on, Pro Max is made for the long road ahead. And here's the best part. It comes with an 8-year warranty. That's right, 8 years of confidence, mile after mile. Ask SpeedMax. Drive far. Drive strong. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com. When your injectors fail, your truck and your paycheck stop moving. At Industrial Injection, we remanufacture diesel injectors to perform better than brand new. Tighter specs, cleaner fuel delivery, and tested in-house by diesel experts. Plus, we build turbos, pumps, engine kits, and more, all backed by over 40 years in the diesel industry. It doesn't matter if you're running on modern common rail or legacy mechanical. We've got you covered. Call 800-955-0476 or visit industrialinjection.com. Knowledge you trust. Quality you depend on. Tired of the guesswork when it comes to your load weight? With RightWay, stay in control on the road and on the DOT's good side. From onboard load scales to Bluetooth-enabled monitoring, RightWay helps truckers and fleets cut down on time, fines, and fuel waste, all without hitting the scale. Smarter hauling starts here. Want more details? Head over to rwls.com. RightWay. Drive more, scale less.
Alrighty, what do you say, anonymous hippopotamus?
Thanks for taking me back quick at the end here, Your Honor. So, scrolling through a quick look at Facebook there, my notifications, I see one pop up, and there, and lo and behold, is another rear-end collision of a car running into the back end of a trailer on US 222 there, apparently just north of Lancaster, Pennsylvania. And of course, all the way into the windshield with the back end of the trailer. And
wow!
I still say it's all because we've moved the wheels up on these trailers. The federal government and bridge law has required the wheels to not be at the back of the trailers anymore. So your axles and wheels that are a substantial piece of heavy equipment to keep any vehicle from going underneath the trailer. And we always had them back there with the 40, 42, 45, 48-foot trailers. We always had the wheels all the way to the back. And now with the 53s, every time a car hits the back end of the one, the ICC bar or the Mansfield bar or whatever you want to call it, folds right up like it's on a hinge, and these cars go right underneath them. So I don't think the side underride protection where there's absolutely no frame underneath the side of a van trailer would actually do anything, especially with the impact that we had in Florida the other day there. But yeah, it seems like a daily occurrence. Every time you open up, a media page there's always another picture of a car all the way up to the windshield underneath the back of a trailer. So anyway, there.
And I can't help but wonder how the driver survived. I would say it took him 20 minutes to get them out, but they were alive. Yep. Wow. Yep. And not only is it 20 minutes of working on getting them out, it's response time in there too. I bet you there was at least another 10 minutes of response time before they got there. And and then it's a long drawn out process to tear a car apart because you gotta plan out the whole scene, the scenario because for every action you take, there's an equal and opposite reaction. So when you're tearing these apart, it's very easy to do something that'll move something else that will either injure or more seriously injure or kill the victim you're actually trying to get out. So you gotta take a lot of precautions and, look at step by step. It's kind of like cutting up trees that have already fallen down. They're way more dangerous than cutting the ones that are standing upright in the woods. Yeah. But anyways, so I've been in and out here for the last, since 3 o'clock there. I've been in and out of everything. I heard Rambler was on there. Did he mention whether he got to hear the kitty cat story? Did he get to hear about the catapult and that? Did he mention that or? Of all the things we discussed, I don't think he mentioned that. No.
All right. Yeah, I can only imagine how much you had to discuss. I heard him on there for a little bit, but anyways, there. So other than that, that's about what we got going for you. And just remember here, since we're at Casual Friday, Casual Friday don't mean drive naked, but yeah, you can do what you want, but it just don't mean you don't. Whatever. You take that for all it's worth. But everybody have a good weekend out there, and you have a good weekend. And hey. No plumbing crack. Not allowed.
Yes, indeed. Right. Yeah, well, I'm going to have to address it. It was, what starts as a drip that turns into a drip, that turns into a drip, and now it's a literal stream of water. And, so you got a stream 24 hours a day, and it's hot water. What am I paying to heat that water? Got to get that taken care of. So that'll be on the agenda here for our Casual Friday. doing some plumbing work. Have yourself a great weekend. We'll indeed be back here at the midnight hour Eastern Time, Sunday night into Monday morning. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
You'll never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream,